Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up back
exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a second play.
No, oh my god! The Vipers pin does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! He's oh my word!
It's Saturday. It's Saturday, and it's a party day because we got a couple of tickets to give away. I don't know, I'm just trying to rhyme some stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is the VALORANT Oceania Tour, and yes, it is the champion stage. We're about to crown some players, or at least give some tickets to some players. The grand final will be tomorrow. But for now, we do have the upper bracket final and that lower bracket final. And it's me, your boy Mac, and him, your boy Mitch, bringing you all the action in this beautiful sunny afternoon. Mitch, how you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. You know, we've had a lot of high quality Valorant lately. We just had Berlin starting last night. I was watching a couple of those games, and now I get the pleasure of casting the games of some of these Oceanic teams that have been working hard all year for a spot to go over towards that NA last chance qualifier.
Very good, very good. And we'll see who gets there. But to you, if you guys want to understand what's going on, we do have a quick video explainer to see where they've been, where they're going, and how they got here.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
And there you have it. So if you didn't know, now you know, and this is where we currently are. Very damn deep here in the playoff stage, and we've got 4 teams that remain, and they are going to be playing for not only some last chance qualification tickets to get over to NA, but there is also the prize pool that they're playing for here as well. So this page, all of this money is going to be sorted today and tomorrow. At the top, first place taking home $8,000 dues, second place $4K, third with $3K, and fourth with $2K. Now, everyone in the tournament is going to be taking home a little bit of dosh too. So for the teams that we've already had to say goodbye to, the ones yesterday, they're taking home at least $1,000, and earlier on, of course, the $500 for 7th and 8th place too. But, of course, do not forget that the best player in this part of the tournament is going to get the Vodafone MVP, which has a prize pool of its own. It's $250 to sweeten the pot, so that will go to them too. Now, Mitch, before we get too much further into this, let's talk NA last chance qualifier. Of course, the 2 teams today that get the W here on the mainstream are going to get the tickets to overseas. They're going to be the 2 teams you'll see, and then tomorrow in the grand final, they're playing for the money, they're playing for seeding. So today, all these games are very damn exciting.
Absolutely. They're high pressure games. You know, this is what these players have been practicing for and looking forward to all year. And it comes down to just a couple of series of Valorant where, you know, this game can be crazy sometimes. You've got a lot of high variance, you know, a lot of certain scenarios that people still haven't worked out. Obviously, here in Oceania, we got a ton of players who are capable of making some absolutely massive plays, of making those clutch plays that could potentially swing the game in one team's favor. So we're going to have one of these days here where potentially it's going to be action-packed, it's going to be high-pressure Valorant, and it's going to make or break some players' careers.
It certainly will. Now, if you haven't looked at the highlights, yes, these games yesterday were absolutely insane. We had to say goodbye to Nebula and goodbye to Legacy, so at least they went home not empty-handed. They had a K each to share between the teams, but of course, Peace and Wildcard did win those games yesterday on the stream, and that brings them to where we are today. Now having a quick look at the bracket to recap it all. Let's start where things began. So Order 2-0 over Direwolf, sending them to the lower bracket. Peace 2-0 over Legacy, sending them to the lower bracket. Then Wildcard Nebula 2-0, Mindfreak Team Bliss. Team Bliss actually caused that upset 2-1, and then managed to go into this upper bracket, which we custed the other day, Mitch, you and myself.
Yes.
Order and Peace 2-0 in that game in the upper bracket, and then Wildcard and Team Bliss. Team Bliss actually managed to knock Wildcard down into that lower bracket nice and early. So that brings us to where we're going to be kicking things off today. Order and Team Bliss into the upper bracket finals. Of course, said goodbye to a couple of teams in the lower bracket there as well. And there is going to be at least one game on the B stream, which is going to decide who's in that lower bracket final up against the loser of this first game we have today, which is, of course, Order and Team Bliss.
Yeah, like you said, we've said goodbye to a lot of teams and players, and I think that effectively means that at least for a little while until the season gets rolling again, that's essentially going to be their last chance to sort of get into what they were looking forward to. So, you're looking at Mindfreak and Direwolves. They got 500 each, a lot of quality players on both of their squads coming 7th to 8th in the tournament. Then you have Legacy and Nebula, who are kind of like those up-and-coming teams with a couple of promising players that have both finished 5th to 6th. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what those players can do throughout the rest of their careers and heading into next year as well. There's a lot of quality players on those rosters as well. And like you said, now we're moving into Wildcard Peace, but Order and Blitz on this stream, those are the two big games that are going to determine one, who's going to NA and who's staying alive in this tournament, but also how much prize money they're going to get their hands on.
Yeah, well, of course, we had a look at today's schedule, but it's time to start to talk the teams as well. So let's talk Order first. This team coming in as the, I guess, the top seed into the tournament, doing a very good job all damn year, winning the last stage of the qualifiers as well. And of course, you guys know them, you love them. It's Tux, Texter, Autumn, Disco, and Maple, all doing very good work so far in this stage of the playoffs, and they want to book their ticket to NA today. They want to book their ticket into that grand final, Mitch.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well, they've obviously got Dick Stacey as the coach. So the good thing about Order, I mean, I feel like a broken record. I feel like I've said it a million times, but this team is just an excellent mix of experience and some big brains in mix with some great up-and-coming talent who have a lot of promise and who definitely can represent our region well overseas across every aspect of the game, their potential and their skill ceiling, the aim and the individual skill that they bring and the raw mechanics and playmaking, but also just the strategic element and the understanding of the macro concepts of the game. Order's got everything.
They certainly do. However, it is a 2-horse race. The second horse in this race, they're pretty fast. They got some good hoofs on them, and it's easy, Fweshest, Major, Jungleware, and Azo. So really impressing us the other day, Mitch, making that upset happen. And they've managed to make this upper bracket run. So even if they cop the L here against Order, they have a second chance later on today.
Absolutely. And that's what that last upper bracket game that we casted was all about. The team that wins that game gets 2 chances of going to NA, not just the one series. And if one of those series is almost definitely going to be against Order, you want every chance that you could possibly get. And obviously, you can learn some hard lessons and look to refine your game and improve even if you don't win. What I will say about Bliss, particularly heading into this qualifier, is that I did not expect them to be in the position that they're in. They have surpassed my expectations, although I knew that they were a decent team and I would have put them, somewhere in the top 5. The thing that I'll say about this competition is they're bringing some great form, and this team is clutch. They are really clutch. They just keep winning high-pressure rounds that keep them alive in series and have put them over the line against multiple opponents, Mindfreak and Wildcard included. So I'm really keen to see if they can bring that clutch element in towards this Order matchup.
I'm seeing some really fresh haircuts there, and it's making me extremely jealous. However, 2 extremely fresh players are going to be Texter and Jungleware here in the head-to-head, Mitch. So why have you chosen these 2 today?
Well, I think that these 2 players, they both, they change around the roles a little bit. Sometimes they're flexing over to the Sentinels. So in terms of role for role in the server, you'll see them playing smokes, or you'll see them play Sentinels like Cypher every now and again. That's the same similar kind of agent pool. Texter's the caller for Order. I'm not sure if Jungle's the caller for Bliss. I can't remember who is their caller, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bit of a mixed bag sort of situation due to the position that he plays. But I will say that both of these players get a lot out of their position. They both make these mid-round and late-round pushes that can definitely change the tide of a round, and they both come up with some pretty big impact and clutch plays for both of their squads from not necessarily like the traditional duelist fragger role. So they're both very impactful for both of their squads.
They certainly are. And someone else that has a little bit of impact in our region and usually doesn't have some spare time is your boy Mitch Conky Conkanen. But he somehow found some time in his schedule, which is very packed, to actually have a chat to a couple of players and see what their most hated agent is.
If you could remove one agent from the game, who and why?
It'd be Jet.
Yeah.
He just has a bailout button. You catch a Jet out of position, he stashes the cover, or you catch a Jet and he just smokes himself. Even though you full blinded him, he's fine.
I would say Jet, so people like Ninam and Runsky can stop shitting on us.
I'd love to say Jet, but I use it. Yeah.
Yeah, Ronksy, we're gonna looking for a new player if your Jet's gone, mate. No, check it.
I think Sky is really strong. So for that kind of aspect, do you remove Sky from like, so pro play becomes easier and stuff like this team environment, because Sky is honestly such a strong character. It's, in some, like in many scenarios now, it's like too good not to have.
I don't know, maybe to be sort of a little bit left field, maybe Sky. Once more people sort of wake up to it, I think we were a little bit slow as well to getting to it. You know, I think she's definitely like her pop flash capability is like unbeatable per se if it's used right. Like, you know, you can't dodge it.
Definitely Jet. Like we just had scrims and someone just right click clattered two of us. Like one right click kills two gets two kills. Like why is that a thing? It's literally RNG, and it just like
at the end of the day, Jet definitely is the one that's. But I don't know. I feel like we've played with her for so long now that it's just a part of the scenery.
Yeah.
You just deal with it. That's kind of my thought process.
Jet.
Yeah, I saw that.
This is dumb. This is dumb as hell. I don't know. I'm getting like Sentinels nerfed and Jet's just sitting there with like a dash and her updraft and her 3 smokes and her one hit daggers. Like it's just freaking stupid.
Well, there you have it. So I'm just having a quick look at the stats here. But before we talk about that, Mitch, tell me, if you could remove anyone from the game, why would it be Jet as well?
Yeah, Jet's probably a pretty big offender. I'd agree with the Sky as well. Sky's super strong. I don't think that Sky needs removing, but maybe a little bit of tweaking, like the 6 Alter Orbs and then the pop flash capability is pretty ridiculous. Outside of that, yeah, I think, you know, change a couple of agents around and it can make a little bit healthy. I wouldn't even remove an agent, Mac. I would remove right click classic. No questions in my mind. Free gun. What the hell is wrong with that?
Okay, well, that's pretty interesting. Something else that's pretty interesting is Bliss have not historically taken a map off of Order for a very long time, not since First Strike last year, and that obviously was a whole different lineup. So let's jump into the map vetoes and see where we're going, because Bliss are in an extremely good form right now. So Split and Icebox are both taking out there. Bliss will get first pick on Bind, which is interesting because Bind is a very strong map for Order. Breeze there for Order as well, and then the seeded map is Haven. So I'm pretty damn excited. We haven't seen much Bind lately at all.
Yeah, so just to run through the veto in its entirety, I mean, Order's banning Split. It's kind of been their go-to ban for a little bit. I think going back to that Stage 2 regionals just before we had Rising Heroes, they had some weird results on that, which maybe sort of shook their confidence, although it's a map that they played a little bit. Maybe just they're a little bit more comfortable and confident on the rest of the map pool, especially because you've seen their heavy adoption of Breeze. You get the ban of Icebox out of Bliss. You know, it's something that Bliss have played a little bit, but I guess it's been Order's go-to, so they're trying to ban away from their opponent's strengths. Then we get the pick of Bind. I'd agree with you. Yeah, since that regionals where a wildcard did upset Order when they had a couple of Bind victories on them, Order's definitely worked on their Bind, and it looks very, very solid. So I'm interested to see what Bliss brings on that, because I saw them like lose to Mindfreak the other day. It's not like their results have been super fantastic on that map either. So I'm interested to see, particularly heading into Bind here, and we'll break down the rest of the map pool later, what Bliss has prepared, because they had a strugglesome attacking side up against Mindfreak the other day, and I dare say they're going to have to start on that attacking side of Bind here and try to get rolling for themselves while Order, I imagine, will be on the defense.
Yeah, of course. Now let's jump into Agent Select for Bind. I had a quick look back, and last time Order played Bind was up against Peace, and that was almost a whole month ago. So they haven't played an official on this for a bit. I'm sure that they're still absolutely insane on it, but I guess we will see. Anything interesting coming in with the Agents?
Oh, absolutely. We got Autumn on the Jet. They're not running the Raze, so a lot of teams are going Jetless on this map and not playing that character, which is exactly what you see over there on Bliss. A little bit of a difference in terms of the agents that both of these teams are preferring. As for the boys over on Bliss, they've gone for that Sentinel over the double initiator, and they'll be playing the Rainer instead of the Jet. Then for Order, they're preferring the double initiator kind of comp over running a Sentinel on this map. So there will definitely be some stylistic differences between both of these teams, and I'm eager to see how the agent comps match up.
Yeah. Well, keen to see what happens here on Bind, but for now it is I'm going to still call it a very interesting pick coming out from you boys on Bliss, but I'm hoping they have something up their sleeves.
They have to. This has to be scrim bucks or anti-strat. That's really what it comes down to for me, Mac. When you look at results like that, where it's been rock solid for Order, and then Bliss are picking it when they don't have the bestest results, there's clearly something that we don't know about from the outside, or they've just made a misplay in the veto. Either way, though, kicking off this qualification match into the NA Last Chance qualifier, this is what these teams have been looking forward to all year. High pressure environment, high pressure gameplay, and I'm keen to see who's going to be putting in the hard yards here. Definitely, you'd say Order are the favored ones. Bliss, very slow-paced, attacking pistol. I dare say Azo should have gone down there, but the man is on point yet again today. Actually, he's on the Viper this time, so no Sage or Jet for the man. He's going to be playing a little bit of a different role. He's been very flexible for Bliss.
It's a very solid opening coming out for Bliss there. Now, how do Order respond? They've still stuck with the three-man defense over towards the B side of things. And only Maple here at Heaven. Gets that recon bolt out, but he knows that someone's close. Toxin going low as Azo pushes forward. Might just be able to find a perfect timing in through this smoke as well. Maple hasn't quite spotted him.
He's trying to lurk. Yeah, he's trying to find the timing. That wall was excellently timed. He literally timed out that orb going down. Oh, he's been spotted heading into CT, though. Bliss are going to try to get onto the site, but Maple is holding like a rock here, Mac.
Yeah, big couple of kills already, and that's just enough to get Order back into the round already. Flash comes through. Disco gets the info off the back of it too, so Azo forced back into U-Haul for now. Text up. Gets another smoke up as well, just to enable those CTs to come in through towards the back of site, and they're just going to try to flood in. Try to find some info before it's too late. Straight through the smoke. There goes Tux. He's looking for some info. Azo continuing just to swing, but no one's sticking that defuse just yet. Okay. All right. There it is. Texter with another one, but he's not going to be able to flick around in time. Easy coming in from short, just doing way too much damage. And it was a bit of a nuisance, but Bliss will pick up that attacking pistol, and they're going to be extremely happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great opening round from Azo. You love to see it. He's getting started early on in this series, and already he's been very impactful for Bliss on multiple different agents, just going for these, I'd call them just big balls plays, dude. And that's another one of them where he's just walking straight up short, taking the duel to the player top truck, hiding inside of, the smoke over towards truck side. And, these are the kind of big plays that you absolutely love to see out of a player like Azo in a big match like this. He's not straying away from the occasion, I guess you could say.
Well, quick tech pause, already done and dusted, so it didn't keep us waiting too long. And it looks like Order are going to get a bit aggressive into bathrooms.
Yep, they're just on the eco, looking to do some economic damage. They're just pushing both of the extremities, maybe looking for the orb control, I'd imagine. Has been a bit of a selling point for both teams, and that's great. There's an orb for Sova. You could even see an orb on the other side of the map go the way of Order as well, if Easy's not there to deny it. And he is keen to just make sure they don't pick that one up. See, just this slow anti-eco kind of default out of Bliss. It's, nothing crazy.
Well, Bliss, even just with those two ghosts as well, really just trying to save up some money early. So, bit of a gamble. And Freshest as well. He may be flirting here with the idea of going into bathrooms, but of course he does have the Trailblazer to pick up some extra information. And off the back of that, okay, in comes that rotation. Fwesh just falls, and the aggressive play from Order nets the first kill in the round. B site completely open, and now Order have to play for the retake.
Yeah, Bliss have done a good job of just reading the rotates. Obviously, they've given a Spectre over to Disco, though, which could be quite troublesome. Teleport has been heard by Major, who's doing a good job of just controlling that middle part of the map, but doesn't want to feed a Vandal to the opponents. Disco doing some good job, doing some great work with that Spectre, getting some damage done.
Azo still just dancing around here, trying to control long for as long as they possibly can. Order looking to go in through hookah, but it's going to be a rough position to try to get back in with. There's minimal utility. You've got a shock dart here from Maple. Recon Bolt comes out just in time, but that time is ticking away. And Major in a very solid position to try to take these fights as well. Order, I guess damage is really what they're looking for here. They're just going to go in for classics. Their life's meaning not too much, just missing away with the round there. Bliss find themselves a second. 3 alive too. So they're going to be happy as Larry, and I believe there was a ghost or two carried across as the secondaries, so they can drop those and have a full bonus round in the third.
Yeah, nicely done. Bliss are off to a great start here. It's crazy to see them like completely change up their comp from the last kind of couple of bind games heading into a very, very high pressure match like this one. But I guess if things had not been working for you previously, then maybe this is the way to go. They're also changing around a couple of roles. You've seen this from a couple of teams inside Oceania. You know, Wildcard in particular, just changing their roles entirely heading into this comp. Big point of contest is always the bathrooms, and Bliss have done a pretty good job of grabbing that control with the Sky Flashes, which is an absolute staple for most teams, as well as also the Raider Eye doing a pretty good job. Like I said, both teams are not running Rays, so I'm eager to see how much of a point of contest Hookah is going to be compared to normal when there is Rays on this map.
Ooh. Spray works out for Autumn there to pick up first blood onto Azo. That mid pressure is relinquished already. Order still with 3 towards the A site and going to be sticking to their guns for now. An aggressive 2-man setup on B. May just find some info shortly. Jump peeking over towards long there for Maple. And flash into bathrooms. They know that Major's still lurking here, so he's just... his presence is enough to hold these rotations.
There's a dog into Hookah. You get the stun as well. Techstar not eager to give up this control if he can avoid it, but the Gravwells go back either way, and there's a lot of tells which pulls the rotation away over from Disco in towards CT here.
In comes that push from Bliss. First pick onto Texter as well, so that's going to be the defense is thinned, and Maple in the corner, not going to be able to have any impact in the round. Disco now has to try to control Elbow to set up for this retake and buy some time for Tux and Autumn to come across. But the spike, it hasn't gone down straight away, and a whole lot of util coming through from Easy is going to be heard as it's deployed over towards that CT area. And it's the double tube setup back to back, and Bliss have to fully rely on one another to cover each other's flanks here. Dash in Autumn, and he's tagged him up too. I don't think that one was hurt, but as the cloud burst dissipates, there it is. The 3-man retake, extremely successful, not losing any more agents in the process, and Order will pick up their first round up against the bonus of Bliss.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if that was going to be yet again another one of these big impactful rounds we've seen from Easy so far this tournament. I remember when he used to play the Sova, the man was very, very impactful. He would sometimes have these rounds where he would just multi-frag up a Storm and win a round for his team. And now, you know, he's more on these Sentinels. At least so far I've seen this tournament, he's been playing a lot of Killjoy. And that was another round where he's hitting some real nice shots up against a team like Order. You know, mechanically, most people would say there is not another team on the level of Order for the most part. And he's really going toe-to-toe with these lads. And he's having, again, another opportunity to have a big impact round. I'm keen to see if he pulls more of these multi-frag rounds and these clutch rounds out for Bliss again. Because I saw them on the B stream in the Mind Freak series when we weren't casting. And I saw them again in that upper bracket game against Wildcard where Bliss... Both him and Jungle Wow seem to have so many clutch moments. I mean, every one of the teams capable of it in Bliss, and they seem to be just peaking in form right at the right time. And, you know, if they're keeping up these level of performances, I mean, that was a pretty nice bonus that is going to shake Order's economy a little bit. we'll see if they can potentially give Bind a crack here, because this was their map pick, and already they've got themselves off to a good start here. I don't think most teams would complain about this position that they found themselves in.
And the early tactical pause coming through from Texter there as well, just making sure Order can get on the same page. A lot of extremely passive stars coming out here from Jungleware, so...
Oh, that is genius from Bliss. Nebula to hide from that Sky Flash, which is often used to see B long info, and now Disco. He's on the off angle though, so he's actually not caught off guard, but that was a neat little trick from Bliss. Now you get the Leer out, but the wall's already up. Easy, another pretty big impactful kill, and will Bliss just send it into this B site, or are they going to slow things down?
Well, they've got that lockdown in hand, and Easy's looking to go in off the back of it. An aggressive position for it as well, just to clear some extra space out too. Over towards Elbow. It's where Bliss are hunting for Tux. He's playing a dangerous game as well, but Texter falling back into CT, holding on, getting a couple of stars placed. No one peeking from Elbow just yet, and no one in the middle of that Killjoy. Oh, okay. Fweshest holding strong here. It is just Order getting thinned at the moment. They're trying to make this retake happen, but it's going to be 2-for-1 trades at the moment. Back to the 2-on-2. Jungleware deep in Garden, and the wrap slowly but surely coming in from Easy. This is a huge play from the man, but what is Order going to find here? Jungleware can't hit the one shot as, oh, there comes the trade, and there's the info as well. Maple close enough to swing and find the timing onto Easy, but there you have it. Maple, the hero in the 4th round here for Order.
It's as close as possible. You got to admire that from Bliss. That is really heads-up play. Nebula to hide from that B long flash, and then they get the orb for the Killjoy to put the lockdown down. These guys, not only just in terms of the clutch plays, but it's also just in terms of the creativity, the way they approach things. I was talking about in that upper bracket series as well, where they had these unique retake strats. They're doing like Cosmic in combination with Sage Wall.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of big brain stuff going on in this Bliss team at the moment that you don't often see from some of the other teams in Oceania. And you absolutely love to see it. You know, I love seeing that kind of stuff from O's teams. Unfortunately, though, at the end of the day, that round comes down to a 1v1, and Order are the ones who come out on top. So you get the half buy in here from Bliss. They're looking to do some economic damage before they head into their next gun round.
Well, tag through the wall is enough for Tux to drop one of the snake bites. Now Maple, oh, he's not going to be able to see a damn thing initially, but the drone doesn't get destroyed early enough. Seekers through, and they know that there's going to be 2 on the other side of that wall. Viper's pit out, and Jungleware is going to commit to getting that plant down, and he does so before Maple finds 2 with the spam into the pit. Finds a 3rd as well. Maple, get out, mate. This is your day. He is having one. Gets rid of that alarm bot, and it's going to be Texter with 2 on that retake, which was way too successful for Order.
Yeah, there's a reasonable amount of investment in that. You know, you've got sheriffs, you've got a judge, you've got a little bit of money in that, but not only that, you also get the Viper's pit invested, and it really just does absolutely no economic damage to Order. They're feeling great about things. You know, all 5 guns up. Autumn's going for the judge. I believe he started with the marshal. He's going to pick that judge up and probably put it to some decent use. Or maybe Tux will go for the orb here and then try to hide in it with that judge, is I'm imagining what Order is going to give a crack to, perhaps. Or maybe he will just go for that 1 kill and think about the ult later. We'll see. Either way, Bliss back to the drawing board. Now, unfortunately, because they've done really very little damage in that last round, they've got to win multiple gun rounds back-to-back to break the money.
Let's see if that can be reality. Oh, Azo spotted with this aggression coming out early from Autumn. Didn't seem to be ready for it either. As now Bliss are starting to make their way in towards that B site. Tux hearing the cross across the wall there, but this judge could lay down some groundwork. They've heard it pop off and then decided to run away instead. So great decision making, in my opinion, there from Major.
Opposite way. Get the hell as far away from that as possible. This is great bathrooms control out of Autumn. This is going to allow Maple to start to lean further towards B. Not only is there a ton of tells that they're trying to push into hookah, you cannot go through the orb as well as a snake bite. It's just not something you can do. You absolutely melt, and 1 shot of the judge is all that it takes Tux to get that first pick onto the Reyna.
And look, just to assert that dominance a little more, the Viper's pit is going to be invested there in hookah too. So no one going to be able to split into B. It's just straight up the guts at Garden. And they're trying to make it work. Easy again. Going to be trying to be the point man. Azo head ripped off. Disco feeling sharp this evening. And a whole lot of util here to use as well. Surely a bird across just to get that info shortly. Oh, bit of a heal. And Bliss trying to figure out what to do with 3 alive here. Trailblazer gets the info that the T's are still facing. Attackers on the way, and Maple yet another through smoke.
Oh, no.
These Bliss players are just going to be picked apart again. Disco with the triple, and that defense was just way too strong. Order, Suns out, guns out, strat, and look, works. So why fix it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the guns are going to be out for a while, Mac. So they're really not going to have too many economic issues for quite a while at this point. So this is where Bliss, the name of the game, the objective shifts from, okay, we want to try to break down that economy, reset it, and try to win multiple rounds in quick succession, maybe try to take over the half. Now it shifts to, all right, every time we get a bye, we need to try to scrape a couple of bye wins together if possible. Maybe even win some sheriffs and try to recover this half, because 4 in a row from Order, especially the last couple being so clean, makes their job a lot harder on this attacking side. They are close to that lockdown, though. So that's something they could utilize in towards that next gun round. They've got the Cosmic as well. That's always a good one on this map. Multiple locations you can use that in. Diagonal walls across the A and the B site, both very effective.
I feel like we haven't seen too much Astra over the last couple of days either, so really keen to see how much impact it has. Speaking of impact, Tux just pushes it straight down short B. Picks up one on a Jungle Wow who has been established as the lurker, so Order seem to be aware and start to stack the numbers over towards this A site. Spike left behind for now as Mage is trying to find himself an entry. Azo, Will got away with his life for now.
Yeah, Major going to try and risk it for the biscuit, and he's given the biggie. Oh, never mind. I mean, I don't even want to talk about that. What was that? Like 144 in 7 or 6 or 7? That's pretty rough. You hate to see it with Spectre.
One enemy remaining. Spike
Great
down
movement
B.
and positioning from Tux there just to pick up another onto Freshest, and it makes it so much harder for Azo to get any work done. Snakebite's going down onto the Spike. Azo, half HP. And Tux flicks up with another, so tripling it up over towards the B site, all on his lonesome. And that's going to be the 3-round lead now for Order, off to a very solid start on the defense.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering when the operator's going to come out. Their money is strong enough to invest in it if they want to. But at the moment, they're quite happy with Autumn on the rifle. Man's got the daggers ready again. Ults could definitely play a big role in this round. You've got the lockdown, but you've got the Hunter's Fury counter for that. You've got both Cosmics for the execute and for the retake on either side. And it seems like both of these teams putting a premium on that B long control. So that's going to be an early telling point of how this round will unfold.
Oh, okay, early aggression coming out from both sides. It's a bloodbath at long, but Disco takes more than Bliss managed to give. So a couple of eyes do come through now. Bliss still thinking about hitting this B site, but Order commit to the 2-2 setup at the moment.
Yeah, you love a good 2-2, Mac. I've seen you wearing a couple.
I do love a good dance, yes. How's my pirouette?
Pretty solid. Yeah, you've got some very pointy toes. How are Bliss going to turn around this 3-on-4? They're going to need some good moves themselves, that's for sure. They made their way into hookah. Maple, he's given them opportunities, shooting a couple shock darts out, but outside of that, not really a whole lot going on. Azo again trying to lurk up short A, but I feel like Order are well aware that that's a possibility. Man's been trying to do it all game.
And nothing's going to change this round. Tuck says, nah, mate, not this time. Gravity Well as well, just to make his job that little bit harder, coming out from Texter. And the one-way smoke to just buy some extra time as well. Plenty of fuel there to have it up for another second or two. Texter peeking as it falls, and that's the info that Order were looking for. However, they are still committing to this 2-2 setup, just in case there is a rotation back, but it looks like it is the save that's called. Spike going deep in towards the attacker spawn here for Jungle Wow. They just want the rifles into the next. And
yeah. This is kind of dead in the water at the moment, Mac. Like, there's just nothing. There's no momentum. There's nothing going right for them. They're losing the opening duel of every round, and they're not being able to recover it at the moment. Like, the earlier parts of this game, it looked like there was potential there, but I mean, at the moment, there's not a whole lot going for them. And like I said, the problem is that once you see, what is it? There's 6 in a row for Order, and they've all been so convincing. Their money's great. Like, Bliss are really going to need to grind to make this half something. You know, maybe if they can get 2 more rounds, 3 more rounds, then you're talking. It's not the worst scenario in the world, but the way that these last couple of rounds are going, I don't know how much confidence I have in Bliss to even do that.
Well, let's see if Bliss maybe call a timeout, maybe come up with something soon.
You got the op now, which is not something they've had to deal with yet.
And Autumn's in this position. He's played a few times now and gets some more success as well. Cloudburst back, but it is going to be Bliss just holding down the accelerator, trying something a bit more quick. Oh, in comes the right click, and Major couldn't hit the 1-tap. So unfortunately, he will fall there in U-Haul. This is going to be a 3-on-5. Bliss still just trying to fight for some space to get this spike planted, but we'll hold the ground for now. Tux falling, Disco sharp onto the head of Azo. And in comes this push. Fwesh just trying to hit something, but Order, they've got 3 men here ready and waiting. And it's just so damn hard for Fwesh to try to work his way out. Trailblazer in. There's going to be the stun too. Autumn just gets a line off the back of it, playing it a time one, but there it is, the jiggle, the tap, and maybe there's a chance now. Trailblazer straight back, looking for some more information. Seekers going to reveal his location, but they already knew he was here, and Fwesh is now last alive. Spike down in the very rough position to pick up 2. He's got 1 flash remaining. Tech Star, he's going to fall, and the slow flank may be coming through. But what do Order decide to do? Eyes on the prize, and Maple, he's got that contact. Disco wants to swing off it, but the man's got no HP here. Okay. Yeah, the spike's been picked up, and he has to be close somewhere. Seekers, they go around the corner, and Fwesh just picks up the quad kill and another round for Bliss, single-handedly putting the team on his back for that one.
He just played that so well. The dot crosshair, all of the little jiggle taps, playing all of the angles so incredibly.
Here.
Just great crosshair placement, great game sense, great movement. And these are the kind of clutch rounds that Bliss have been pulling off so far this tournament. All across the board, all of their players have had rounds like that. But they're going to need more in the tank, you know? Like, that's a great 1vx to win. But like I said, Order's money is fantastic, and you cannot rely on clutches every single time to be able to get you across the line. We need some good mid to late rounds from Bliss as well. They haven't really been able to find opening picks too much either. Let's see if that's going to change. That was another opportunity for Autumn over there towards short A, but Bliss are going to pick up the pace. Unfortunately, that's where the Sova just rips his Hunter's Fury.
Gets a bit of success with that one. Freshest out of the equation this time, so not going to be able to pull off the same thing that happened last round.
That's the lockdown going to the other side of the map. Like, that's the one thing I was looking at Bliss. They got lockdown Cosmic. They've just seen the Hunter's Fury invested. That's where things could start to turn around. You also had the Empress being popped by Major in a bit of a lineup. I thought that might have been another opportunity for Bliss, but Order, they're not losing aim duels at the moment.
Well, Tux thought Azo may have been a little bit more blind, but he wasn't. Managed to pick up a refrag. It's late, but the trade comes through.
Look at a Maple in elbow here. He doesn't have dart available, so if they smoke him off, he can't spam through. You don't have the Hawk available for another couple seconds either.
You should run.
Maple in the corner. He's in a very solid position to deal with the push in through the Cosmic Divide, but with 13 seconds, they wanted to go for the teleport, hoping that the sound would not be heard. However, they hard commit here, and Maple pushes straight through. And there you have it. It's easy with 4 seconds. Has to commit to this plant, sticking it. Oh, no, he gets off. Knew that the push was coming through. And he will at least have his life for now, but it's the round again going to Order. 7-3 now as we get deeper and deeper into this first half. Order are looking good here on Bind.
Yeah, looking a little bit more decisive than their opponents. Definitely winning a lot more of the aim duels and playing with a little bit more confidence than you're seeing from Bliss here. And yeah, I mean, outside of a couple of big clutch plays, there just hasn't really been much present on this attacking side for Bliss, unfortunately. Gonna go for another half buy here. Gonna give that a crack. See if they have some success with it. They got the Vandal, they got a couple of guns to work with.
All right, turret there for info. And everything slows down again for now, Azo. Just deciding whether to go in towards Hookah here. Okay. Texter as well. Oh, whips that spray. Can't quite track it as Azo just stays slippery. Not going to be slowed down as he didn't get tagged up by any of those bullets. Now in the corner, Maple. He's in a pretty rough position. Snake bite forces him into the corner and will at least get one, but not onto... It's actually Fweshest with the D to come through. So there it is. B-site found and Bliss finally with the numbers advantage.
Yeah, you got the Cosmic, you got the Viper's Pit. Unfortunately, Easy's caught trying to push in towards Elbow now, but this Viper's Pit definitely puts a thorn in the side of Order trying to complete this retake.
But Decay as well on Tux. He doesn't want to go too far forward, just knowing the range there, and it is going to be an awkward fight for a couple of players here. Tux falling to Azo. Fweshest gets another with the dig, and it's up to Autumn now. 1v2 to make this one happen. Pushing forward, needs to find where both the players are coming from. Azo wrapping all the way around behind, and the bomb planted for him too. There it is, big flank coming through, and a triple for Azo. So another for Bliss, and if they can get the final round of the half, this game will be kept competitive.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, like I said, you saw that massive streak from Order. They've had absolutely no economic problems at all.
Yeah.
But when you're getting away with a couple of big plays, you had a massive clutch from Fweshest. You've had a couple of impact rounds from Easy and Azo. That might be good enough to kind of salvage the half a little bit and maybe try to recover things on towards your defensive side.
A quick tech pause as well. Major did just disconnect from the server, probably just restarting something, resetting something. Or, hey, we're back on camera. I'm just chilling. What's up?
I'm chilling as well. Yeah. It's because we're in the game client this time, Mac. We don't have the little window open, I guess, or at least I didn't. I was just vibing in the game. I was looking at the economy. I was looking at the alts and all that kind of stuff. It's been a pretty good one so far. Definitely, you know, a somewhat quiet start from Bliss, but I don't think it's the end of the world when you put it in the context of it's the blind attacking side. You know, I'm hoping that they have got some more stuff in store for their defense.
Yeah. Well, what do we see happening here? Because looks like everyone's ready, good to go. A couple of stars already placed, and let's see if that's a tell for what Order are expecting to do here on the defense. You got two outside of Hookah, one, of course, just positioned to drop and stop anyone from going for that rush onto the B site.
You got this pit that's going to be used at short A almost certainly, and then you've got a pretty good combo for Bliss. Seekers and Cosmic is one of the best combos because you pop the Seekers, you pop the Cosmic, and the other team doesn't really have time to react to the Seekers coming through the Cosmic divide wall, and it's going to tell you where those players are playing and how many of them are in position. The grab well in combination with the snake bite means that Major is forced to TP, and he's actually separated himself from the rest of the team who have just been halted entirely by this Viper's Pit. This completely rethinking how this round's going, and they're going to pick up the pace back towards B.
Oh, in the open, Major caught with his pants down. No trade potential either as that smoke comes up. In Order, again, in pole position to pick up the final round of the half. Texter just trying to play in the cutout. Picks up another star as well. Just to try to bolster these defenses. Maple and Autumn starting to get extremely aggressive down long. So they are not done. Even with the numbers advantage, they've got a huge amount of control to set up for the retake here. And a solid crossfire established because they have done so.
Yep. Very, very hard to get out of Hookah in this position. Like you said, just that 180 crossfire between sight as well as long. You know, Garden, there's a million angles you could die from jumping out of Hookah. And it's not only that, it's also the fact that Auto have just got so much map control, so much information elsewhere. This is almost certainly going to an 8-4 half, a 4K from Auto, picking up that operator. And I dare say, you know, that's a pretty even start. Couple of quiet members on Bliss that I'm interested to see if they're going to pick up their performance heading in towards the defensive side here. But you know, this is their map pick, so I'm sure they've got a game plan here.
Well, again, we do see that Viper wall used over towards the A site. Pretty much every single round that one's gone down just to, you know, let Order know, yes, we may come here at some point. We also may not. It's a good one. If you guys don't know that lineup, it's pretty easy. Throw it in your strat books. But what are we going to see here for the pistol. Order looking like they're already starting to try to get a bit of short control, potentially long B as well. Ooh, nice little lineup thrown. Where's this land?
Yeah, it's just the toxic orb over for you, Hall there. You also got a lot of the time that deep Viper wall as well. This allows you to sort of walk up. Here's the contest towards long. It's a 1-for-1 to kick off the pistol here. Will Order accelerate? They're still applying pressure to B, but the spike is still left over towards market, and they actually commit out hookah.
Ooh, jungle going to whiff a couple, shooting them in the legs instead, and now Order are back in the lead for the round. 2-man advantage and full control of B, but even so, that spike is lurking its way back to A. You got Texter pushing, just being an absolute nuisance here at elbow. How's the timing? You saw Azo just run around at site, clearing out as much as possible, and they have absolutely no idea that he is here. However, Azo clears it, heads up play to have his ghost out and make sure he's looking in the right position. Now, makes it a little bit easier, but Order, again, just double back to B.
Yeah, this is the upside of the teleporters. Actually, the Hawk getting shot on the cross there, which means that Azo doesn't get blind, but Order's got that covered nicely. The spike makes it across with the high HP player. Now easy. Gonna have to complete a 1-on-3.
Okay, using the bot to try to get any information possible, but it is going to be the swing from elbow, and Tux locks down another pistol. Order now, 1 away from the old double digis, and in that 5-round lead. So they got a bit of room to breathe at the moment. Can maybe try out some crazy strategies if they want, or not. You know, I guess we'll see what they decide to go for. But again, Tux is going to be dropping this wall. Probably going to be doing that every single round just to condition Bliss to, you know, not go for those rotations at 8.
Got Azo going towards his signature judge time and time again, this time on the eco round, which means if this round doesn't go well for Bliss, he's going to be probably down to another judge or a Spectre in the first gun round. Well, it is something that he has gone for time and time again in this tournament.
Well, Fweshes wants to go for this pop. Flash jungle going to be stuck at the corner, but Texter not going to be able to do anything but spam his way into the site. So there you have it. Tux as well dealing with that flank, and Order all over this round.
Yeah, very clean. Judge gets absolutely no impact, no damage, which basically makes it a dead purchase at that point, and that's exactly as the announcer says, a flawless round for Order. They're going to head into their bonus with Spectres across the board and try to inflict some economic damage on their opponents. And when you look at Azo, he's down to a judge with light armor. That makes him a little bit more vulnerable to these Spectres.
And the good thing about rounds like that as well is they purchased up some utility and barely used any of it. So they're going to have so much to use here. In the bonus, up against all these rifles, if you have a look there as well. Major, he doesn't have any blinds in the mix. He's just opted for the full armor, of course, and that may play some impact, but we'll see if he can get in a position to frag anyway. Just trying to hold close here and use those dismisses to get out of hookah. But in the corner, oh, the push through. Texter finds the perfect timing. And there it is, first blood again. Order so good at finding these openings.
Yeah, drone through long. This is essentially Order clearing out hookah, clearing out all of long, and that's really going to limit Bliss's info over towards this B side of the map. And this is where Order, they go back towards middle. They're quite happy, like we've seen a ton of times this tournament, to explore all different parts of the map. Try to 100% these rounds and sow seeds of doubt in terms of the rotations, and just try to find the perfect play. Make sure they're not running into a stack or rushing anything when they've already got the advantage.
Azo, oh, close range with that judge. Only finds one this time. Disco gets out of the gravity well in time. And we are going to see a rotation back again. Order love this, showing a lot of presence on one side, rotating back to the other with that lurker that has been hanging around. Oh, Autumn gun going to be spotted in the edge of the cloud burst there, but he's not able to connect jungle. That one's unfortunate for the man there. It cut out as Autumn finds himself the double. Now, 1v3, easy. He's got a long road ahead of him here. And Bliss, they really need these rounds. So he's going to be going for it. Autumn as well, just dashing across with the tailwind to get that information. And a solid crossfire setup on CT. At this point, Easy maybe thinking, you know what, it's probably a good idea to save, but we need to send a message here. And he sent at least one, but he needed to send 3.
Yeah, I always forget about the next couple, you know. It's hard to stay on top of all of Max fans DMing me asking how they can get in contact with him. You got the half buy in here for Bliss though.
I can tell you the best way to contact me is by snail mail, but don't send it to my mum's house, all right? Because it's a couple of hours away. Now, as you mentioned...
Let's not dox your mum live on stream.
Oh, I wasn't planning to. You can if you want.
Good, thanks. Order, they're off to another great start. I mean, they have, once again, won that bonus, and Tux is holding down short in this anti-half buy here. It's looking like it's going to be a quick game here for Order.
Well, it's a nice early entry. Something that I don't know if we missed or we saw. I think we saw it was the cloud burst over towards B long, which is the same as what we saw Jungle trying to do in that first half for Bliss, just to stop them from being hit by the guiding light. So that enabled, or it was, I guess it's like getting rid of that extra information and trying to counter the information gathering process that Bliss are trying. However, Bathroom's control is here, and they're trying to set up for the retake. Fwesh is able to hold for one here with the Sheriff. Tux as well pushing just to trade things back, and this is going to be so hard for Bliss to get back in, and that's if they're going to even be able to at the moment. It's just a bit of a battle of the wallbangs. Everyone is hunting for some kind of damage, but Order, they want this round, and they're not going to be throwing it away easily.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to be throwing it away at all. It's too many targets for Bliss to deal with. They're trying to get some exits because they know that this spike is due to explode, and that will probably flush some Order players in towards Bathroom. So, look, some nice exits, if anything, but when you look at Order's money and how solid it is in the grand scheme of things, unless Bliss can put together a couple of rounds in a row on this defensive side off the back of this buy, then it's not really going to matter too much, because that's the only chance they'll get at breaking the economy, and even then, they are very far behind. You're going to have full loss bonus for Order once they start to make a bit of a comeback. This is about as difficult as it gets in terms of positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the offensive side operator out for Autumn, so I'm keen to keep my eye on him and see how he's going to be utilizing that. A lot of players either have their ults or are very close to their ults. So
yeah, this is Bliss. If they just go for this orb control over towards Bathrooms, which it looks like they may be thinking about, there's a chance that they can have 3 ults activated nice and early. And, you know, with the Seekers, with that lockdown, that's pretty solid for information gathering and defense over towards B. So we'll see if Order even decide to go to this position.
You've had the initial dog in towards Hookah with the 2 Astra Stars. Then you have the Sova drone straight up B. Once again, Order doing a fantastic job of just limiting the information on the B side of the map. Bliss have just got no idea what's going on. They don't even have Bathrooms control, so they really don't have any information or map control either, at all rather. And Order are just starting to walk up A.
Oh, bit of damage traded both ways for now. Healing comes through onto the Order side of things, and no rotation just yet, but Text is still lurking in Bathrooms, making sure that orb is not going to be picked up for free, or maybe even picking it up himself. He's picking up his stars, that's for certain, and may just place some more in a moment. We'll see if Order decide to just telly back and hit the A site late, but they're making a world of noise here over towards the B side of things, just trying to bait out that lockdown. Autumn, he's got the knives ready and wants to smash his way in, but he doesn't want to overextend. They want this pick. There goes the 2-man telly with the spike back to A, but in the corner, Jungle, he is holding strong. And that is going to be, the spike with 13 seconds, has to commit to the A site now. Snakebite here is making it a little bit rough for Jungle. But he's good for the moment. It was his teammates one, so it didn't do a huge amount of damage. Now they know that they're going to be locked into Bathrooms, and Order left this one way too late. There's no time. And Azo going to be trying to get some picks after the clock hits 0. Jungle in the corner. Oh, he's going to find another one too. So Order leaving that one way too late.
Yeah, just getting a little bit too clever. I think that's something I always wonder, I worry about for Order. We were talking about it in some of those upper bracket games where, like, it feels like they're really, really trying to 100% some of these rounds and do the perfect play rather than just going for a good play and running down the clock a lot. And it does make me clench a little bit and worry quite a lot. And that's a situation where it doesn't work out, but there have been plenty more where it did. You know, it's got this kind of play style has worked a lot for Order across this tournament. So one little mishap where they still hold on to a bunch of their guns. They're going to give this gun round another crack. Killjoy turret gets taken out. You had Azo pop his Viper's Pit in towards Bathrooms there. There's a lot of ults on both sides in this round.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, okay. Orb slows them for the moment as Maple's just trying to pick off anyone. Oh. Lines it up and domes major. So that's going to be a B-site pick already. Spike, though, going to make its way back to A. We'll see if there is going to be a fake sold by both Disco and Texter in a moment. Deciding where to get that wall placed. It's all the way across A, and Jungle decides to go forward. However, it's the Viper's wall in the way for now. We are going to see Jungle just continuing to fight. It's desperation at this point, so Jungle wants to find something, but the decay could certainly hurt if they hang around. In comes that TP, and it's going to be B. Order. Oh, they've got their sights set on this position. Fwesh just has a flash, which gets a huge amount of information. Blinds Autumn, who can't see a damn thing. Fwesh just can't find another before Disco trades. But again, there's 20 seconds, and the defender Killjoy forces them off-site for now. There's no real option other than to go for the rotation. They've heard that TP. And Bliss is still hanging around here. So it's just a matter of time. Coming up short, knowing that one's clear. And, oh, Bathrooms is in question. But there it is. Are they going to be able to stop this one? No. Order happy to play for the retake. Jungle going forward, and he loses his life as well. So numbers are here. Azo, he wants more than the single. Here's this rotation coming through, but Disco feeling sharp with the Vandal. Seeker's out to get the final man's position, and Easy reveals it beforehand anyway. Can this man clutch it out for Bliss, or the Order take map number 1 of the series here? Easy's just edging forward, still has a decent amount of time to play with, but again, one tap onto him after the D. Quay comes through. Oh, he's actually spotted Tux's position, but he will not connect. Tux will, however, and 13-5 will be the final scoreline there in map number 1 on Bind for this series. Mitch, what a damn game that was to set the tone for the upper bracket final.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Kind of a bit of dominance from Order. You know, we saw a couple of pretty big clutch rounds like we've seen in some of the other maps for Bliss, but I think all things considered, you know, a new comp, they've taken a bit of a risk picking Bind into this series, and it just has not worked for them. Unfortunately, they've dropped their own map pick, and now they've got to look forward towards the next to have any kind of success.
And speaking of next, we do have Breeze coming up. But ladies and gents, before we get into it, we have to have a quick break. So we'll see you on the other side of this. Go get yourself hydrated. It's a beautiful hot day. Maybe enjoy yourself.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time to get into map number 2 in the first series of the day here, into the upper bracket final here in the VALORANT Oceania Tour Champions. Now, this is important because Order are on their map pick, and they are also one map away from qualifying for the NA Last Chance qualifier and, of course, the grand final here. So, Mitch, do you see this one happening? And I guess the other question is, what do Bliss have to change up with what they're doing to try to have any chance here?
I think, look, it was a bit of a slow start for some of the boys on Bliss in that last map. They took a little bit of a gamble, playing a map that it was an interesting pick. I was kind of wondering what the thought process was behind it. They changed up their comp a little bit. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out so fantastic for them. Now heading on to Breeze, it's a completely different kettle of fish. It's a map that they haven't played super actively, but it's not like it's been a terrible map for Bliss. But as for Order, I mean, they look super well drilled on this map. It's been their pick throughout this tournament. So you honestly would just say at this point, it's very likely that you're going to have Order win this series, qualify through to NA like everyone expected them to. And, Bliss is going to have to pull some crazy stuff they've been doing all tournament long to be able to turn this series around, because the stats, once again, don't really favor them too heavily.
No, certainly not. But speaking of stats, Order have some good ones here. One win today so far, 78 kills across Bind, and pushing pretty close towards that 2KD. So that is a huge statement up against the first map of Bliss. Again, we had a quick chat about it before, thinking, why have Bliss decided to pick this map into Order? And, well, didn't really worry Disco, did it?
No, definitely not. I mean, Disco is an interesting player to highlight because he's definitely undergone a bit of a transformation as a player over the last little bit, as Order has sort of diversified their agent comp and brought Maple into the team as well. Previously, I mean, when you said Disco, it was pretty much only Raze. He very rarely played anything else. I think the stats was something at one point like 30 plus games of Raze and maybe one game of something else. Now he's sort of diversified his agent pool a little bit, like you saw on Bind just there. He's picked up the Sky, and I think it's a character which really suits his playstyle quite nicely. He's someone who's not afraid of taking aim duels and taking some map control. And I think Sky is definitely a good agent to put on a player who's got strong aim mechanics and strong mechanics in general, and is not afraid to just go out there and make some plays and take some risks, and he's had a good performance there.
Yeah, it's just one of those things as well. Now, it sounds like we may be getting pretty close to the map. So far, Order on Breeze have a 100% win rate, and that's a lot of percents. That's the most percents you can get, Mitch.
That is the most percents you can get from 4 games. It's looking pretty good, and those are not games against any kind of terrible teams or anything like that. Most of them are against Peace. They had one against Direwolves, and they have been winning pretty consistently, and it's been good to watch. Are we going to get a mirror matchup? Yep. Oh no, you got the Reyna actually on Bliss. Yeah. It's 4 agents, 4 of those core agents. Once again, interesting. Bliss are showing a propensity to not play the Sova, which every team has their preference, but if you go and look in competitive play, especially over in NA and EU and stuff like that, at the pick percentage of the Sova, I mean, it's one of those agents that you really got to justify not picking it up in your lineup with a pretty strong agent choice. And if you're looking at someone like Major on the Reyna, he needs to be putting some impact on the board, putting some kills on the board to really justify that agent individually. And I think, at least on Bind, it definitely, I think he would have probably preferred to have a Sova. But we'll see if he has a much better game for himself this map.
Let's see what we are going to be getting from Order on the attack. We were seeing that B split coming through the other day, but this time looks like they are thinking about heading towards A. Tuck's holding onto the wall for now and not using it early, so they didn't see that rotation through, as it is going to be an aggression in towards mid.
Yeah, we saw this from Bliss the other day as well, I believe, or it might have been another one of the teams, can't remember. Order, in the meanwhile, going straight out A. There is that retake wall from the defensive side Viper. There is the Cam and Text up, doing an excellent job on the lurk. This is what I was talking about, when I highlighted the Jungle Wow and Texter matchup. Both of them quite happy to play that lurking role, whether they're on the Cypher or whether they're on the controller, and Texter's done a fantastic job of holding down that mid flank.
He certainly has for now, but now all of Bliss are going to be coming in from doors, and it's not looking good for them. Auden with the Sheriff gets out big damage, easy, one more bullet, and he's done. There it is, Disco sharp as nails there with the Ghost, swinging in, not giving Bliss any room to think, and there you have it, another pistol going into the hands of Order.
Really nicely done. Love to see it. The two youngsters doing a whole bunch of damage. Texas holding down the flank as well. I mean, I guess he's a youngster as well, technically, in the grand scheme of things, but he's been playing for a long time. Remember when he was on the, starting to get the Counter-Strike career rolling, I think he was, what, like 16 or 17? Pretty young.
Was that back in, like, Atletico days, or maybe even earlier?
I can't even remember.
Something like that.
Yeah, Darksided he was definitely in. That was kind of like the breakout team, I guess.
No,
So
Greeny
those
Bankers before Darksided.
Oh, Greeny Bankers. Oh, that's a throwback. Yeah, got to play some of those Greeny Bankers guys, and definitely a contributing factor to not wanting to play CS anymore.
Well, looks like Techstar, he is pushing the point down the tube and finds his matchup with Jungle Wow there. And it looks like it is just going to be the A site for free. Order. Ooh, hoping that they can find some range against the Shorty there. Maple will do so just with the Spectre. And Tuck's picking up 2 on the flank. Well, I say picking up 2. Something's going wrong and he missed the sprays. Not sure what happened there, but it is going to be Order picking up the round regardless. Tuck's giving over what looks like a bit of a charity kill.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you talk about charity, but that's kind of like the token charity, because all things considered, Order have closed that round out with 4 players up, and we'll probably just head into a pretty no-nonsense bonus. Actually, Tuck's going to invest in the Vandal, so he's going to put a little bit more into this buy.
I think the thing about this map in particular, there is so many really like outrageous long lines that having a Vandal and just having that one-tap potential at whatever range is just so damn powerful. Yep.
Got the trips in tube as well as over towards middle there. So Jungle, he's playing on that B side of the map. They won't be playing the Vipe towards B, at least in this first gun round. That is the side of choice for a lot of teams, but is that A wall across the main of that A entrance as well as mid. Autumn tries to take a pick over towards B main and unfortunately loses a lot of HP, but doesn't lose his life.
Oh, big damage onto Texter though, as we are going to see Order try to make their way into sight. Azo from the back, not going to be able to hold down or buy time for long, and now it's just going to be broken wall and archers there. Held for a moment, but Texter on low HP just puts himself in a position to get some information, and information he will gain. So some of these players for Bliss making their way in from snipers. Maple's got that recon bolt ready, just looking to get some info shortly. Find some time, and the range there with the Phantom looks too damn good. Autumn coming in on the flank with 1, and Disco finds the double, as it is going to be 3 on the board for Order, making things look clean as ever to kick things off here on Breeze.
Yeah, they upgrade a bunch of those bonus weapons into Phantoms as well. So that's gone about as good as expected. They've won the bonus. They've upgraded a couple of guns. They put their opponents on an anti-eco. This will be on an eco rather. This will be the third half in this series where Order is just off to the best start possible. They've got strong money. Like Bliss has had to play pretty much all of these halves on hard mode. Like it has never really felt like Bliss has had that opportunity to break the money very much or like pressure the economy. And unfortunately, that's made their lives extremely difficult.
Well, Maple just droning over, getting some early info for Order to decide what they want to do. Now, off the back of that, mid seems to be the call for now, or at least clearing it out, knowing that Bliss do love to go for this mid aggression. Azo spotted, but are they going to expect the wrap? No. Questious, missed opportunity there as Azo falls. Now he's going to be out on an island. See you later, Questious, says Maple, and another for him too. So Texter with this big lurk down tube has so much information, as well as the timing here onto jungle. So that one's free, and then they saw easy earlier on, so guns out, dropping up that wall.
Oh my god.
Wall. Either way, doesn't work out again for Bliss, and Order are just reading Bliss like a book.
It's just 5 alive again, and it's not something that I can put into words, but it just doesn't. I mean, we're into the second gun round here, but it just doesn't really feel like Bliss is shooting back very much. It kind of feels like Order's just going in, taking the duels. there isn't any of these close XVXs, any of these clutch situations that you saw in some of the other Bliss games, like against Wildcard. It just feels a little too easy for Order at the moment. They're going to get this round going. They've got Hunter's Fury. They've got that Neural Theft as well. So a lot of ults where they can find some info, help inform their decision-making process. And it's just going to be the quick one into B. There is a trip there, but it's taken out straight away. And Autumn has no problem entering the site. Full retake setup for Bliss.
Clearing out all the nooks and crannies. And this should be the plant for free. Bliss, where are they going to decide to come from here? Looks like a few from mid, a few from elbow, try to get that flank going. And B-main player Maple's already out of the equation. But again, Texter, man, loves to lurk here on Breeze, and lurk he shall. The others on site, though, need to survive before Texter has some impact. Disco just going to be playing here in the pit, finds the first onto Major. And it brings it back to that 4v4. Autumn just playing around the pit, finds the side of the head onto Fweshest. And Bliss aren't going to be happy with that. They answer with 2. And just like that, they're now still looking for info. Finding Tux in the pit is going to be extremely hard. No half tick comes through, and it's Jungle with a big job to do. Taps again. Just baits out any extra information. But Tux, look at that trigger discipline. Man will fall with his gun, but so will Jungle. And Texter picks up the round just by surviving. 5-0, Order with a very clean start. Utter domination is the words I believe you were looking for before, Mitch.
Yep. Feels like it. And even in that round, like, we finally get a close round, but it's after Order's money is good, and now they get into another anti-eco. It's like, it almost doesn't matter at that point, where you need to have a couple of those competitive rounds in close succession if you want to try to punish the economy. And it's just not happening for Bliss at the moment. I'm getting quite concerned for them.
Take flight.
Okay. Guiding light in. Looking for some info. I don't think anyone got hit by that one, so drone in 2. And again, Order, just with this composition, can just get so much damn information. And again, hear a couple of shots popping off, and off the back of that, decide to go back to mid, go back to B, and hit that one instead. Texter all the way down tube, again having huge impact. Jungle Wow switched on that he could be there, but unfortunately, Texter's just hitting everything at the moment.
Yeah, just better angle, better crosshair placement. It's going to take another duel over here versus Easy, who's also caught with his pants down. Now Disco getting a pick as well. Over towards middle there. Just not any issues at the moment for Order. There was a big stack on towards that A site, but Order don't run into it. And, you know, that's a nice kill. Maybe Azo can get his hands on the operator perhaps. No, not going to be allowed. Again, 4 alive for Order. Dear Lord, up 6-0. Hasn't really felt like a particularly long game just yet. Another gun round here for Bliss. They're going to have the operator on Major. On Azo, sorry. They're going to have the Viper's Pit available for Easy, which is potentially going to be able to allow them to play heavily towards one side of the map. He's going to invest that over towards B, and this is exactly where Order's heading. So this man's going to have to make sure he's putting his snake bites in the right position and is assisted by this Cypher utility correctly, or he's going to be in a world of pain.
Look at this, Autumn. Going for that early pick through towards the B site. I'm just trying to get some pop-off shots. A couple of Seekers in just to get some info, and that's not going to stop Order just yet. They will get knocked down by Jungle, so that's at least something. There's Texture as well. Slowly walks up to the trap wire, decides to pop it away. And Order, look for this late mid control. Azo's been lurking at doors all damn game and somehow gets away with that one, even though he dashed straight into the open again.
Yeah, Autumn just walks through bottom mid. He gets a pick on towards snipers. There was some advantage there for Bliss, but it's unfortunately faded away. Easy. Lurking through his pit. Oh, weird timing versus Maple. Neither one of these players have spotted each other. You got the duel over towards snipers. Tux was trying to push it even further in towards the opponent's spawn. Jungle's denied that nicely.
No. The shot come through, and Easy now thinks that there's going to be more here. They have no idea that he's in the middle, and Easy could have a huge clutch play, but he knows that Sova has to be somewhere here.
He's looking for him. Texter's controlling the rotations pretty nicely here. Does catch Fweshest. Maple's actually been able to get the better of Easy there, coming out of his ult. And now the two arms of Order are going to link up over towards B, where there is really very little control for Bliss. Jungle's trying to get rid of that trip over towards the spawn of the opponent. Still hanging around, not making much of a rotation. And Azo, he's heard the plant there.
Oh, and decides to go in solo, just trying to get a pick off rather than waiting for your boy Jungle to rotate into Recon Bolt. Going to be spotted in a moment. Speaking of spotted, Texter back towards Azo there, who is feeling it. Going forward, knife out. Very appropriate. Unfortunately, Maple is there at the back of sight. They had no idea that he could be there. He stayed silent and chose his time to strike. Picking up a triple and yet another round for Order, keeping the map clean.
It has been. It just really has been nothing but clean. Not just this map, this entire series. They're up 7-0, pretty much uncontested. Oh, it's just, yeah, you just really don't see the police putting the pieces together at this point. They've got the daggers on Azo. Let's see if he's going to be able to put something together. He's going to make this push towards middle.
So droning in towards A again for Order. Autumn really wants to try to find something over the top, and find something he will. However, Azo's got one with the knives as well. So it is just going to be a bit of a jet-on-jet battle for the moment. See if the Blade Storm comes into effect for more. The refresh came through, but in through the Cloudburst he comes. Maple too damn sharp with the Vandal, and it's going to be Autumn to pick up another. So trade's going both ways. Major with a big round, but is it enough to get another round on the board for Bliss? Autumn, he's all alone and spots a man in double doors. Doesn't find the second. Jungle and the offline there, deep in a main. And there you have it. Bliss will find at least one round here. Is it enough to at least give him, you know, a bit of hope, some momentum here in the first half? Can they find some more off the back of that?
They need to. They really just don't have any more room for error after this start here on Breeze. They've still got another attacking side to get to after this one, so need to start picking up that momentum here. They've started to grind through the economy a little bit. It's probably going to still take 2 gun rounds back to back after winning that half bite. And again, Order on their way to this A site. They've got that Hunter's Fury again. Really, eyes are on Major in this position towards the crates over on the side here.
Common position though, so he could be spammed out. However, I don't think he's played there too often just yet. And there it is. Element of surprise works out, but the other two already going in through the wall, and Order trying to make the aggression work out, and it will. Coming back with the refrags, better late than never. And again, Texter on that lurk, just having huge impact again. Or jumping up, Autumn finds the timing, but Jungle out, flicks across and finds 2. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. Texter, he's still deep out, has that cross to sight. Spike not planted for him, and this could just be another round on a silver platter. Sticking it, and there you have it. Pros don't fake, and Azo has picked up another for Bliss. Texter just way too deep in CT to have any more impact, hoping that Bliss may put a foot wrong, but they didn't.
It's a good round for Jungle. Thought it was just going to be Fleshist and Major with that fantastic timing from the left side of sight there to close that round down. But it got a little stickier than that. Now we head into this gun round. It's been 2 in a row for Bliss. This is finally where Bliss can potentially pressure the economy a little bit. They've got their hands on that operator as well. If they have a cleanish kind of round here, they could start to build up their money. A 3-man push in towards B, 2-man push to middle. They are just giving up A entirely almost. Fleshus is playing retake here. He's going to once again get droned off the line. Major on that close angle towards middle, and Azo all the way deep in elbows. So Bliss have a lot of information and advanced positions. That's a great pick from Major.
Enemy kill.
Okay, but a trade will come through from Autumn again. Just jumped his way out to sight. Major happy to control mid, but they don't know Texas in this position. A mid reload, Major's going to fall, as is Easy. Now, I know that the 3rd man's here. Azo picked up a kill just before, and Texter, he wants to get some more revenge. A couple of rough rounds for Order so far, but they make this one look a little bit better. Now, Maple has to try to fight for himself as Texter comes in from the doors, but can he pick up a line? Jungle here at triple. He's going to be spotted, knows the Texter's coming in from mid, but there it is. Big round from the big man, IGL Texter, with a quad kill.
Yep. He's probably one of the most valuable players in the OS region, I'd say, at the moment. Like I said, IGLing. He can also have impact plays. He can read the rotations and make some pretty big impactful pushes in the mid-round and call around himself. He can frag, he can clutch, he can play a lot of different agents. Pretty much is the centerpiece for Order, despite the fact they've got a lot of focal points because there's just so much talent on this roster. Ooh, play towards B. Azo, another opportunity, but he's going to miss it. And now you get the Seekers out and the drone through here, Mac. They're going to force their way mid to B.
Major getting a bit of damage in through that spam as this split starts to come through, but Azo, man, just needs to try to hit some. He's not hitting anywhere as much as he was the other days, so that's made Bliss it's that little bit harder for them at the moment. Major makes his way over to Broken Wall, but with that Hawk, it lines another one up for Disco there as Autumn picks up the final kill. So a change in pace over towards the B side of things. Bliss, they even try to go toe-to-toe with Order this time after finally getting a couple of rounds, starting to feel themselves here in the first half. But if they can get 3, you're thinking maybe there's a chance. But Order, we've seen what they do on the defense. We know what they have in them. And it's just going to be so hard for Bliss to get back into this series.
I mean, I think the same thing like happened on Bind, right? Where they got those 2 rounds in a row, and then you almost got the 3rd, where they could have broken the money, and that's where Order picks up the round. And unfortunately, that opportunity's gone by the wayside now. Again, another similar interaction. Azo trying to go for a pick towards B earlier on. He's just going to completely send it. Tries to find the Sova with the no-scope on the Marshall, but in the meanwhile, you see this split on mid to B just coming out from Order.
Yeah, no one there to stop them. Bliss just going for the hard read that it was going to be an A hit again. Seekers coming through, and it's enough to buy some space for Precious to keep on fighting. Autumn, however, gets the trade at long range from the Big Arch. Now with that spike planted, Bliss are running out of time, but Easy's found another. Him and Jungle deciding to go in together. Tag comes through onto Easy for the moment. And everything slows down. Wall saved here for the retake, so Easy able to drop that. Tux as well playing in his pit, but the pit this time is not on that spike. However, it doesn't matter. Tux finds one. Maple pushes for the info and finds that other as well. So solid positioning. They knew out and crossed, and there was minimal positions that Jungle could be standing. But I need to go back to when we saw Bliss have some success the other day. You had Azo pushing every single round and finding a kill. Maybe 2, maybe even 3, depending on the situation. But he just hasn't been hitting anything today. So I don't know if it's something in the Warner or maybe he's just not a weekend player. Maybe he wants to be somewhere else.
I don't know, man. But I would agree with you. I think for Bliss, like I've said before, a similar sort of state of peace in this tournament where a lot of these teams that are sitting underneath Order lack a little bit of consistency in the region. When they're having a good day, they can go toe-to-toe with pretty much anyone. But unfortunately, today has just not been a good day for Bliss. The good news for them is they have another lower bracket game to try to have a crack. This game's not over yet, but it's going to be super difficult for them.
Yeah, you got to think about that as well. Maybe they've already mentally checked out of this one. They're giving it a crack, but because they do have that fallback strategy of going to the lower bracket, maybe they're like, look, we'll just book our tickets in the next game, guys.
Maybe. Or maybe the prices are going to get a little bit more favorable once a bit more time's elapsed, and then they'll book the tickets. I don't know. Order's doing some booking as well. Just peeking in towards B main there, and Dexter's also booking, so everybody doing some booking at the moment.
Oh my, okay. Well, pistols in the hands of these men are extremely dangerous, and I am feeling sorry for Bliss, because they have to run into some of the sharpest pistol players in the damn region, and there's not much Azo can do to try to salvage that situation. Flawless round on the second pistol, and that's another in the bag for Order. 2 rounds away from booking their plane tickets to North America.
Yep. That's what happens at the end of this game. Once it hits 13, that's the booking confirmation, you know? Oh, boy.
Email pops up.
Oh, yeah. Confirmation. Love to see it. Alrighty. Well, you got the 4 spy out of Bliss. Their sort of last hurrah in this series today. They do have another opportunity later on, even if they go down here. So maybe a good opportunity for some lessons learned. They're going to try to get this A split kicked off. You got Tux over here holding down the fort. Man's got his Toxic Orb as well as his Snake Bite on A main, which is going to make it difficult for anyone to push in that circumstance. Azo, check by the drone in towards Tube there. The middle has been taken by Order, and Bliss are aware of it, so they're going to potentially just pick up the pace in towards A here.
Well, in through tube is where they're trying to prod. Doors open in their order. Reposition appropriately. Tux has to hide on the back of the pyramid for now. Flash comes out and, he's found himself a timing. Take bite as well just to stop that push at close range, and the wall's up too. So Flash comes through. Disco clearing that one out as well. Great heads-up rotations already from Order, but they've left that B site completely open. However, are Bliss going to realize this? They have a lot of defenders in front of them, and they're going to get knocked down before they even get a chance to think. Order now on series point, on qualification point, to make their way to North America.
And in dominant fashion as well. And I think that's what a lot of fans of teams like Order, or even some of the teams we've seen qualify in Counter-Strike, to go to overseas competitions sometimes want to see. You want to see a dominant performance from the favorite heading overseas, because it fills you with confidence that they can succeed once they do go over towards NA. So to see a 13-2 on their own map pick potentially happen here in towards the qualification game, it's great to see from Order. Great scenes. But we'll see if Blizz have anything left in the tank. They are once again going for another one of these force buys because they just have no room for error, but they've lost that first pick in towards middle.
And Bliss are all split up, so no trade comes through. Order happily just taking the mid control again, but it looks like Bliss are trying to hit this A site yet again, and Disco just trying to fade away. The decay hits him down to 1 HP, but even so finds yet another Azo. See ya bloody later, and Order have booked their tickets to North America. They are going to the North American Last Chance qualifier, and I dare say they're going to be happy as Larry. Not only that, they are in the grand finals tomorrow, so they don't have to play again this afternoon, and they get to bask in the sun on this sunny Saturday arvo.
Yeah, take a little bit of a break and enjoy the fact that you qualified. It's a little bit of celebration perhaps, as well as, maybe keep a little eye on whatever's happening in the other game, because obviously you wouldn't mind winning that grand final, winning yourself a little bit of extra prize money. But Order have finally done what they set out to do since this roster's inception, and that is qualify to go overseas and show global Valorant what they're made of.
And I really hope that we get to see the best from them. I know that we are, because they have been playing for this for a whole damn year. And now they get to put their dip their toes into international competition. Yes, it is NA, and that is where we've seen the I guess the world champions. I guess we get to see how strong the world champions are in the next couple of days, as the Masters is on currently. But look, it's a chance for them to go over and have a damn time. But look, going in towards the interview, I dare say we're going to have a chat with someone in a second. We do, actually. Your boy, Texter. So, mate, how are you feeling after that? And are you excited to go to North America?
Yeah, it's absolute cracker. Pretty excited, but obviously we came into the event, obviously with the expectation coming from the whole year, all of our hard work. We came in, we were very confident we knew we were going to get the result, so our focus has pretty much just been on the Americans the whole time, to be honest, at least for me, as the caller.
Yeah, there you go. You had an absolute blitzing series yourself. And of course, you do have a grand final to still win tomorrow. But was it more about the grand final, or is it more about just making sure you do get overseas at this point?
Obviously, the only thing that matters in this event is qualifying, first and foremost. But we want to establish that we're the most dominant team and no one can really touch us. So we want to keep that up.
Yes, I had a couple questions for you. I mean, we've just seen you qualify to go over to NA, so congrats in that regard. I know you guys have been looking forward to doing that for a while. I just wanted to ask you, looking back on CS, you had a couple of opportunities to, sort of test your mettle, but I wanted to ask, is this taking that next step as opposed to what happened in CS for you, your own career? Do you feel like just qualifying is good enough, or do you still have more goals following this one that you're looking forward? Is there still more work to do for you?
Yeah, of course. We want to do as much damage as possible. I look at these NA teams, and honestly, I think how we match up against those teams is really well. It's just going to be a battle of who makes less mistakes. I think fundamentally, the American teams and us are pretty similar. We do some things better than they do, at least from my research, and they do some things better than we do. So it's just going to be a battle of styles, and obviously they're the better region. Everyone understands that. So it's going to be a tough challenge, but it's definitely something that I'm playing the game for. Otherwise, I wouldn't be playing it personally.
Yeah. So I just had two more. I had two more questions for you as well. What does the next month look like for you guys? You know, the qualifiers in like mid-October or something like that. What are you guys going to do over the next month or so?
I'm not sure how many teams are going to be practicing because this is the last event, at least to my knowledge, for the year. So,
yeah,
depending on what teams are practicing and stuff leading into the next year, that'll probably dictate our practice. But honestly, leading into this event, we didn't scrim too much. We just sort of kept it more theory work, to be honest, and that'll probably be similar heading into America. It'll just be refining some things, going over what we did wrong from the tournament, just reviewing, and if we have the opportunity, we'd love to get some scrims and stuff in. But if teams aren't available, then we'll just have to do what's next best.
All right,
yeah.
and quickly
so,
as
like,
well.
Oh, go on, Matt. Go on.
I hate you. I just put that out there.
I literally said,
Go again.
I
have
have
a
two
third.
questions.
All
right, I will, because I want to ask. I mean, I'm curious to like, you know, get into Tex's mind, you know, after he's qualified and stuff. The last one I had is just you guys now obviously have finally been successful. You know, you're breaking into global Valorant. What did you guys want other people to know about your team, you know, coming from the minor region that we come from, and or do you guys just want your gameplay to do the talking and stuff as opposed to, you know, looking at what you guys are doing here?
I don't know. I think the Americans are not the best, and we'll beat them, and that's that, really.
Ooh,
all right, awesome.
Very solid message to send there. Now, before we let you go, I just want to ask, you know, what is the most exciting thing about going overseas again? Because not a lot of us have had the chance to do that for the last 2 years. So other than playing, what do you expect you're going to be doing overseas?
Obviously, COVID times. So not sure what the restrictions and things are going to be like. But obviously the best thing is just hanging out with the boys and developing memories that last a lifetime. That's like one of the main reasons I've kept competing over like the 5. How long have I been competing for? I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years, somewhere around there.
Yeah, very good, very good. So, you know, all the best, and all the best in the grand final tomorrow as well. So we'll let you go. Go enjoy your Saturday afternoon, and again, big congratulations. Oh, see you, Texter. Now, there you have it. I guess we have one more game coming up. That one went much faster than I expected to. So hopefully we get to see how that one goes. I believe in the lower bracket, Peace took the first map. I'm not sure if the second game is finished just yet. And Wildcard are very close to taking the second map over in that series as well. So looks like that series is going to keep running. Maybe, I guess we'll see how that second map goes. But for now, I do say we've got a pretty extended break before the second series of the day. So we are going to be having a quick look at the B stream, hang around here, you know, chill out, and we'll see that lower bracket final after the other game. Ladies and gents, enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you after the break.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
so intense right now. RDW, he's in a prime opportune moment to strike. Seekers indeed. Dogged by Clutchy, and RDW, he's just getting pushed back. Oh no. And Peace, they managed to plant the spike and basically get offside to play potentially post-plant. Tensai, good shot, good for one, pushes through, gets two, nearly three. And Wildcard, they're trying to fight back desperately. They are making it work, and it's mainly off of Swirl's hero rifle. He's on 3, but now he kind of has to push. Pedal to the metal, and now 1v2. Everything falls down to him, and that wall was perfect!
Clutchy God. The dog play to get RDW out of position as well is so important. It's a dog that doesn't get a frag, but it's a dog that ruins the retake.
And
ruins
positioning.
the surprise. Yeah. It just ruins the surprise.
Smash, I cannot stress enough right now. Everything is on the line for Wildcard. Here comes that tactical timeout. It has to work. Peace have momentum, they have economy, and they have full confidence. Look at those mass pings on the map, man. Holy crap.
Yeah. They're ready to go. They're ready to go. This is as much as a pause for Wildcard to gather themselves as it is for taking the wind out of the sails of Peace. And you look at the streak of rounds that they've been on now, that's 4 in a row. They managed that, and it comes down to that Marshall buy, that 5 Marshall salute.
Changed everything.
Manages to get them that round, plus it gets them the bonus or the next round, just because of the econ. Kind of changes the tide of the way the game was going. There was a 9-3 half in the side of Wildcard, but the RDW with a big round. Oh, bit of lag there for me. But yeah, RDW with a big round to steal one back. But apart from that, it's really been all Peace.
There you go. Those mass pings. Going for the fast A split. And Frequent, you gotta get some value here, man. Otherwise, just push ASAP. Ronski's already on the side, and that's such perfect intel. Good for one. He dashes away. Nas is basically dead to rights. Nothing he can do there. Oh, no, 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 no. Wild card. You get 3v5, 2 players down, and you have to retake against the entire force of Peace.
You save. You have to keep this infrequent operator. You can't give it up.
Otherwise, they're gonna be on another eco, right? Oh,
they'd be giving up 12. Yeah, they'd be giving up 12 if they went down here, so they need to save the rest of these rifles.
Dude! No! He has to hide. He needs his teammates to back him up right now. But Ronski, 2 blades. He can honestly get a kill here. In fact, I will bet on it. He's on 10 HP. It doesn't matter. One more blade. He's nothing to lose. Just throw his life out there. Finally, Wildcard shuts him down. But by God, it was risky. Here comes Peace. Oh, no, no, no. Not like this, man. They're holding on for dear life, and they need it so much. Infrequent, good for one, takes down Sicko. This is the last stand, really. Viball to come up. And Peace don't care. This right there. They get nothing out of it, but oh, crap, that was close. But did that guarantee Swirl's ultimate?
Yes. So they gave over ult points, but it would have been so much more beneficial for them to take away those rifles, and especially that operator. So I like that aggression from Peace. I mean, you saw as soon as the timeout ended, they were basically just holding W. KO ult comes through. Ronski goes absolutely berserk to open his account onto the A site. Swell's going to have to drop the ult here, you'd imagine. There we go.
You know, one thing I noticed that we actually talked about this, pre-game as well. If Signed is top fragging, you said that's not necessarily a good sign. Pun intended.
No, I mean, it worked out last night when he top fragged on Reyna on the 3rd map, but
this is a different beast.
Usually, if the fellas and I are watching a Dale Tane game, a Signed game, and he's top fragging, it's bad news bears. And it's a bit of a running joke, but
it's kind of true, man. Dare I say?
Clutchy eats the duck. Good push from Signed. Good push.
Indeed, it's what they needed. But
hard to attack without the Sober information as well, so that's the perfect pick to get. RDW needs to stand strong.
Did that blade actually just hit RDW in the chest? I think it did, briefly. It gets a second onto Clutchy. This is good. This Wildcard is slowly starting to chip down onto Peace. And it's all down to Ronski. Anxious to win it. He's pulled off crazier things in the past.
Actually, I think this would probably be the craziest.
30 seconds left. Did get match point. Tapping away. Yeah.
Team ace as well.
Look at Team Ace.
That push, the perfect push from Cyan. I mean, yeah, a little bit of luck, a little bit of timing goes in the way of Wildcard that time. But yeah, to catch the Sova of all players, the Sova with the ultimate.
They just needed that aggression on defense. But look, Smash, it's only 1 round into overtime. And Wildcard, they don't want to lose this round. No, sir.
Well, if they win this, they even it up. And we send ourselves off to Ascent. But go down here and you put yourself into the pressure cooker that is the overtime scenario.
Oh, man.
It looks like more aggression towards A. It looks like Wildcard are just banking on rolling the dice and coming up big here.
And also, it seems like that... You know what? I'll talk about that a little bit later. TLDR, Order, 2-0 Bliss, seems like. A piece, just a free entry onto A. This is not good. Not a good sign.
Retake utility. They have the Sova ult as well onto Sicko, so... Only one player trapped on site. This is so...
He uses it! Not even for the defuse! That's good damage. Oh, great start. So worth. And now Peace, they're starting to strike. They're coming back onto site to fight. Wildcard, they're struggling now. But Wronski dives right through into a firing squad. And Nation's holding on for dear life. The 1, the 2 from 10 side. And it's an absolute firefight. And Peace, they managed to go into overtime. Oh no, Smash. Here's the pressure cooker. The fight is on.
Overtime.
Oh, it's so difficult. Perfect post-plan positioning. Only having the 1 player in, Nation stuck on the site. And then the rest... falling back into that main area. Wronski getting a little bit aggressive, trying to peek out and get some hero play going on. Could have won the round straight off the back of his rifle there, but doesn't manage to do it. Beautiful timing of Dog's overall combination to take Noz out, who had the neural theft as well. So clinical play from Peace to secure that round and secure the overtime. Ooh, nerves if you're a Wildcard fan, because the momentum has been going the way of Peace.
Holy. Every like 3-4 rounds or so is when the Wildcard can pick up 1. Now is the time they have to pull out their A game, literally their trump card, any crazy wacky strat.
Dodge the knife to start. Looks like the mid control will be going the way of Wildcard early on in the round, although Sicko is kind of peeking out there, might find some timing with the drone. Sees a bird, sees a jet, sees a sky. You got the double tag. Nice.
Value for money. Wronski's not aware. A good shot by Noz. That's a big punish.
Big lurk. Big lurk.
God. The sun just flashed across the screen.
And they're rotating all the way through too.
But Peace is reading it. Wait, no, they're not. No, they're not. That single Viper active over towards B. It's keeping players focused.
Will Nation give up positioning, or will Nation try and hold like a hero? Looks like the Clutchy coming in as well. Might see a little bit of contesting going on here instead of just letting the side go.
Clutchy, mate, what are you doing? What are you doing?
The spray gun!
No! He catches 2! And damn near 3! The timing! They had Util out. Sicko with the shock dart takes down Swirl. Wildcard, again, they had such a good start, but now they have to fight for dear bloody life. Noz is solo, can't land the shot. Nation takes him down. And Frequent solo, 1v2. And that snakebite damn near killed him. Has landed some shots. Good for 1. He has a Vandal. It's a gun to do this. But 10 side rounds the corner, takes him down. Peace, take the lead in overtime. Oh, Smash. Are you feeling it right now? I am.
Oh boy. Yep. No, it's a real heartbreaker there for the side of Wildcard. A real heartbreaker. They had every opportunity.
The rulebook states in overtime you get extra tactical timeouts. I'm not too sure if Wildcard knows that.
It doesn't. I'm not.
Doesn't really matter, sure, but use every tool at your disposal, man.
Well, the tool they're choosing is Infrequent's Operator. It's a hero play. Is no updrafts, 1 smoke, and yeah, has to pay off.
He's not playing mid though.
They're playing mid to A, and Infrequent could get caught out here. Swell will get the first piece of information. Nice. Smoke in the head of Wronski. He wears 1 in the face.
But it's okay. They have Sky to heal Wronski back up. No, Sicko's just on the rope. Sun gets caught unawares. There's 1 player down for a Wildcard, and Peace start their assault over towards A. They're checking every single angle now. tip for tap frags. Wildcard, however, is still on the back foot. And no, Peace clutching 2 sharp taps. Everything rests on RDW's shoulders now. He's got massive in the past, but now this is elimination. Wildcard, they go down. Peace, they run the gauntlet. 14-12.
Wow. Amazing showing from Peace. Clutchy, insane map from him to win such important rounds, have such a massive impact on this.
Oh.
Board, but amazing.
It seems like the internet over there, from all the hype or something, it made you lag out just a little bit, but it's okay.
Oh, well.
We are back. We are back. Now, Smash. The emotions have to be running so high right now in the camp of a Wildcard.
Yeah. What can you say? Perfect rounds from the side of Peace. Those aggressive rounds where they managed to catch players off guard and really charge in there. Bronski and Tensai working together so well to get in onto sites when they had that KO. It was kind of the difference maker. They had 2 of those rounds where they just opened it up, and yeah, no answer on the side of Wildcard.
Goodness gracious, I have to catch my breath after that because that was too intense. And Peace, they were just playing out of their minds right now. And by the way, this org picked this team up basically kind of last minute, right? And they've been playing out of their minds. Peace recently, they ran the lower bracket gauntlet in LCO and they qualified for Worlds. We could be seeing them honestly go to 2nd place. But hey, enough of that. Let's go get the interview started, and it will be Sicko coming from Peace. Let's hear what he has to say when he does join the call, of course.
Yeah, I think the Peace lawyers might be busy doing visa applications at this stage. Got a lot of players to send overseas.
Get started early, and honestly, you would never expect like this ragtag team of brothers to just perform so well, and they have a really good chance now because we know that order they managed to beat Bliss 2-0, right? So now it's going to be Peace versus Bliss, and Peace, if they can carry over the momentum, odds are they have a great start or great chance. Sicko, welcome, man. How's the team feeling? This is monumental.
Oh yeah, everyone was screaming. I've already got a sore throat from screaming last night, and we were all screaming a lot today, so I don't think I'm gonna have a voice by tomorrow.
It's sounding pretty rough, man, but look, you guys, how did you pull it off? Breeze came so close. Map 1 was rather convincing, but you guys were down so bad in the first half, 9-3.
Yeah, look, Breeze CT was looking a bit rough. We had a little bit of, we were tilting a little bit as well, which, whenever we tilt, we kind of play bad. But everyone got back into the right headspace, and yeah, from there on, we just started playing good. We started reading them really well. We knew their A was weak, so we just kept punishing their A.
All right, well, on the force buy on the second half, you went for the 5 Marshall salute. Talk us through that. Talk us through the decision making. Is it a plan, or was it just kind of throwing caution to the wind because you were down bad?
Corbin's just like, nah, buy Marshalls, we're better than them. So that's what everyone did, and everyone just hit their shots. Everyone on this team is pretty good with the Marshall, so we're pretty confident with the Marshall buy. Breeze is a very long map as well, so the Marshall second round's really strong. So yeah.
Now the second question is Tensai on the KO. Now, kind of the only player that's been playing KO in OC, really, consistently anyway. So what's the thought behind KO, especially on maps like Breeze, where in theory maybe it wouldn't be the best pick, but you guys seem to make it work.
Yeah, I think it's just, Benny comes from CS, and he's a little bit more new to the game than most people. In KO, he can use the flashes like CS, he can use the molly like CS, so it's just very, an easy character to play for him. And because people are still really used to, Sentinel meta, the KO just, destroys that and makes them kind of useless. So, yeah.
Yeah, fair shout.
My goodness, man, my goodness. All right, you guys probably won't have that much of a break until you have to face off against Team Bliss. How are you feeling going to that matchup? Because if you think this matchup was pressure, that's nothing compared to the next one, because the next one literally decides who goes to NA.
Oh yeah, the pressure's definitely on, but yeah, we come into every game confident, so yeah, we believe we can win, so let's go.
Nothing to lose. All right, Sicko, any last words for the fans, any shout outs, any hopes and wishes? State your dreams right now.
Yeah, you dropped the wrong player wildcard. See you later, boys. Thanks for the cast as well.
Thank you. No worries, man. Sicko, best of luck. Damn, that's a call out and a half right there. Smash, any words from you to sum this up? Because I'm completely speechless.
No, well, feel for the boys on wildcard, of course, because it's a rough one to go down to. I mean, you're up 9-3 at the half, and you're probably thinking you're sealing your books for the third map. But yeah, they just wouldn't say imploded, but they just had a really rough start to the second half and really never got back into the game from there. And yeah, as Siko said, once they identified that weakness, they just went for it and went for the throat, played free, trusted their aim, and it is that confidence. You know, you're down 9-3 and someone in your team steps up and says, we're better than them, let's just shoot them in the head. And sometimes all it takes is that confidence to just run with it, and you can run away with the game. So I think that, yeah, that's pretty good mental attitude from Peace, honestly, and to identify that they were tilting and to be able to get out of that with one sharp round. I think that Marshall round might actually be the turning for them, right? And it gets them out of that tilt, have a bit of fun, loosen up. All of a sudden, the rest of the half is pretty easy.
Yeah, it just seems like they were cakewalking over Wildcard after that round, really. And Wildcard, they were struggling to even win out duels at that rate or just find good timing. And I gotta say, you know, the 5 Marshall buy, I think the entire team of Peace, they've been taking some, like, Ronsky training routine with the Marshall, because whatever the hell they're doing, it's absolutely working. And I can't wait to see more coming out from these boys. Well, guys, that's all from us on the B stream. The next game of Team Bliss versus Peace will be on the LPL A stream, LPL_Valorant, and Pilsky and Mac, they'll guide you guys through that. Smash, any last words from you before I close out?
No, it's a fantastic series, fantastic tournament. Great to see the opportunity for some players to get over to NA and compete with the best, well, theory, the best region in the world, or most economically best region in the world, at least, most investment there. I'm excited to see if we can get some players over there, get some boots on the ground, and really do a bit of damage. Order looking insane, so really happy for that, being an ex-Order person. And yeah, commiserations to Wildcard, because yeah, it's rough to go out in fourth. They were definitely looking like the second seed coming into this tournament.
Indeed, but things happen, life goes on, you know, that's all I can say. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the Oceanic Championship B stream. My co-caster, Ben Lehane, Smash Shouts, thank you for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to Tate Sims, Tate Bullock, our observer, for guiding us through the chaos. And last but not least, guys, I'm William Zhang, Digital Casts. These are all our handles. Show us some love. Thank you for tuning in. And now, let's see which team goes second place into North America. See you next time.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back
coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a second play. No, oh my god!
The Viper's pin does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of his poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Valorant Oceania tour, where we are about to get underway with the champions, and in that lower bracket, we are going to have a damn sick match. Of course, let's quickly recap what has happened today. We did have Order and Bliss in the upper bracket compete. Order absolutely knocked Bliss out of the park and booked their tickets to the NA Last Chance qualifier, which I can see they're extremely excited with. Everyone chatting about it on Twitter at the moment. And then, of course, over on that B stream, we did have we had Peace up against Wildcard, and Peace managed to take that 2-0 as well with an overtime thriller on Breeze, and now they have booked their ticket to, well, the Last Chance, the lower bracket final, and maybe a chance at still going to North America, Mitch.
Absolutely. Yeah, just that one spot left for these two teams. You've got Bliss going up against Peace. Bliss having a really, really good run of form in this competition, only really kind of falling at the last hurdle to Order, but they kind of won a bit of a nail-biter against Wildcard the other day, which most people would say are the favourites. As for Peace, they had some great form in the last tournament, and they go ahead and win a absolute nail-biter over Wildcard, which I guess is what's required to beat that team, and they're going to be booking themselves an opportunity as well. Exactly how you put it. I'm shocked to see Wildcard go out in the lower bracket there, and I'm keen to get this game underway.
Yeah, I think it's an absolute travesty that it's all gone how it has, but of course it is the best teams that are in it to win it. Now let's start talking this second matchup for the lower bracket final. Of course, we'll talk Team Bliss first, coming in from that upper bracket game. They're looking pretty damn good at the moment. It seemed like they didn't really bring their A game to the party earlier on. Azo certainly not looking like we saw him playing the other couple of days in this tournament so far. But he has a second shot this afternoon, and maybe he's more of a afternoon, like nighttime sort of gamer here, Mitch.
I think most gamers are, Max, so I would only be expecting peak performance. The thing that I have to say for Bliss, like I said, they've had some great little momentum in towards this tournament specifically. They've had a crazy amount of clutches. They've shown themselves to be, able to deal with a lot of pressured situations. But I'm really hoping that a bit of a spanking from Order in that upper bracket game does not get these guys down too much and does not break a lot of that momentum, because they definitely cannot take their opponents for granted.
Well, they've had a good hour or so to sort of, pick themselves back up, figure out what they're going to do, and maybe try to lay down some strategy here for Peace. However, maybe they were focusing that in the first place. Speaking of Peace, let's have a look at this lineup too. Of course, it's your boys Clutch here, Tensai, Sicko, Nation, and Ronsky. Of course, all eyes on the prize for Ronsky. Man is absolutely on fire. 7 days of the week, pretty much never misses a shot. We did see some missed ones the other day, but that was just a fluke that missed. The other side of the fluke is that he always hits his shots, Mitch. But do we see Peace having a good time up against Bliss here?
I think you should. I think most people would agree, at least looking at the results of the last competition, that Peace is probably a stronger roster than Bliss are. If I was to look at the hierarchy heading into this competition, I would have said it's probably something like Order, Wildcard, Peace, and then you're talking about teams like Bliss and Mindfreak. So I think Peace will be feeling relatively confident, heading into this matchup, even though they are the ones coming from the lower bracket, particularly after beating Wildcard fairly convincingly on one map and then a nice little comeback to run into the next one. They're probably really going to be rolling with the momentum off of a pretty nice win in those circumstances and a lot of big plays, whereas, like I said, Bliss have unfortunately had a rough opponent today. They've had a little bit of time to chill out and sort of, mull that one over. And I think it's going to be very important heading into the first map of this competition to see what kind of trajectory these teams are coming into this series on.
Yeah, now speaking of maps, of course, we do have the veto to have a quick chat about as well before we get into the game. So let's see where we're going to be heading. Icebox out of the equation. Bliss doesn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Peace remove bind as well after seeing Bliss on that one earlier. Of course, I think that's Peace's Instaban anyway, so get that run right out of there. Ascent for Peace as the first map coming in from the lower bracket. They will have first map advantage, and then, of course, over to Split for Bliss. Now, I'm excited because we finally get to see some Split. I haven't seen pretty much any of that over the last couple of days, and then the seeded map will be Haven, so I think Peace are going to be cheering about that.
This is a very different map pool than Bliss has played so far today, so that might help. Sometimes it does help if you have a rough couple of maps on certain matchup to just start a different series on a completely different map pool, and that can really help the mental a little bit. I think it's a bit of a blessing in disguise, to be honest, that Peace have banned out Bind, because after seeing Bliss completely change up their comp and what they were doing when they picked it against Order, you know, I honestly don't think that's the worst thing in the world. So with Ascent starting out, we're going to have Peace on, I'd imagine, like we've seen time and time again, this double or triple initiator kind of setup, up-tempo gameplay that they like to run up against the double controller, the double smokes out from Bliss. Two, you know, funky little comps that work very, very differently, and we'll see which one's going to come out ahead in that regard.
Yeah, I guess we will see once we get into it, but it is going to be Ascent as the first battlefield for these teams to tussle on. And I'm excited because Ascent always provides a whole lot of action. And we got to see Team Bliss playing on this one the other day. This is when Azo was just pushing mid every damn round on that Jet, which looks like he's going to lock in instantly. So they are going to be on the defense to kick things off here. Attackers will be Peace. Now, looking at the lineups, we get to see some KO. We know that Peace like to play it, and that's in the hands of Tensai.
Absolutely. And this is what I was talking about. Triple initiator, you've got that Sky, you've got that Sova, you've got the KO. They really like to just play very, very fast, up-tempo, aggressive. I can't remember if Nation was on Omen last time instead of the Astro, so that might be a little bit of a change up in that regard. But for the most part, I'm expecting this to function more or less the same than what we've seen from Peace. They've proven to be very dangerous on Ascent here. So I'm keen to see the double smokes lineup of Bliss and how that will interact with this, as I'm not sure if something that Peace are relatively familiar with. Either way, though, we've given away one spot to go over to the NA Last Chance qualifier to Order. And now these two teams will play for the last one that's available. One of them going to be quite happy with all the practice, all the time they've invested over the last year into Valorant, and one of them going to be heading home with nothing, just a little bit of prize money.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. Like Peace in the League of Legends managed to take out the spot at Worlds, and it'd be a nice little thing if Peace did manage to come in for Valorant 2, you know, coming through that lower bracket run. It is something that could definitely happen. Now, having a quick look here, straight up Cat, Peace have gone. They're looking for this mid control. Oh, Shock Dart going to be dodged there by Azo, who gets away with his life for now. Recon Bolt goes in, but so does the shot from Nation. It's all up to Jungle Bear to try to hold here on the A site. Oh, it's a little bit awkward as he gets forced underneath Heaven. But he has the crosshair placement to make it work. The spam gets a headshot with his crosshair pointed at the body. Absolutely ridiculous that the man is still alive, and Peace have to fight for their way back in. But Jungleware doing it for 3. 1 for Major, 1 for Easy, and 1 for Bliss on the board.
Dude, you see Jungle like multi-frag with goes from that position a number of times in this tournament alone, so I'm not surprised at all to see him do it again. And he's back to making plays. He had a quiet map. He had one quiet map earlier on, what was the first map? Bind.
Yeah.
And he had a pretty decent one on Ascent, despite the fact that Bliss could just really get no momentum rolling at all. So really keen to see Bliss off to a good start, and Jungle in particular. If that man's multi-fragging up a Storming, having some big impact rounds, it's a big win condition for Bliss, as we've seen earlier on in this tournament.
Oh, okay. Knife going to be taken out early there. Azo heads up play from him, and a couple of shots through the smoke as well. So Bliss pretty happy with that result. However, Tensai with the classic is just going to be able to find one through the smoke of his own. Azo try to hold short here from Tree, and in comes Ronsky to say, you, my friend, are out of this equation again. As Jungleware picks up the pieces, finds himself the double. 3v1 now, and Spike down at Tree.
Absolutely messy little exchange on all sides. And we're just going to clean it up. Seen a lot of people on towards this CNED crosshair. Can't blame them after watching that man's performance yesterday. But after all said and done, 3 guns retained there for Bliss. They're going to go into somewhat of a bonus where you're going to see Azo straight onto that operator first round in here. So you were talking about him being a little bit quiet in the Order series. I'd have to agree with you, Mac. Another big win condition for Bliss. You've got the yin and the yang, so to speak, of Jungles making plays in terms of closing out mid to late rounds. Well, Azo's the one opening them up, so need to see him come online as well if Bliss are going to book themselves a ticket to NA.
Couple of stars coming through from Jungle, forced back by the Trailblazer, and Peace realized someone's playing close, and it's probably jungle. Man is this A-site anchor. He's got a helping hand in Major just around the corner. Spotted though, Ronski going to be able to dash the whole way in. Slowed for the moment. And Clutchy will find one onto jungle on that way in. So Molly goes down towards doors, and Peace are in very decent positions to play for post lane, but Azo fast on this flank is going to be knocked down a notch.
This is a bit of a nightmare for Bliss. They're losing guns right and left. Precious going to make some decent use of that Spectre. But with the operator dropped over towards A main, that is something that pretty easily here you could see Peace pick up. That is a bit uncharacteristic. Ronski getting caught with his pants down. The rest of Peace playing for A main, and Bliss are going to give this a crack.
Okay, sharp shot from Sicko though makes it a little bit harder. Guiding Light has popped Fweshist. Forces him back for the moment, has to deal with that recon bolt, but now his position is known. And there's another Guiding Light to play with. Peace are in a very good position just to get away with this. And they certainly will. Nation with the final kill onto Fweshist, and everyone in that post plant survives. 3 rifles carried across into the next. Peace very happy with picking up that round.
Yep. No operator for Ronski taken over. He hasn't seen too much play for Peace on the attacking side, and I can't blame them either. A lot of the time they're running, you know, single duelists where Ronski is the ultimate entry frag extraordinaire, just creating space for the rest of the boys. Either way though, you did see Azo going for that operator last round. He didn't manage to put any kills on the board, so he has to go for a sheriff in towards his first round. A Peace, this is their bread and butter, Mac. Just death balling, and again you're seeing the similar sort of play from them. You had the quick one straight out A. This time it's going to be the drone straight into B. Wall's going to disrupt them for a little bit, but they're going to still kick this off.
Well, in they come, and Ronski again, leading by example. Cloudburst down, but it's not enough to stop the bullets from coming towards him. Major finds 1-2 through the smokes, and he's going to be extremely happy with that. Seekers invested by Clutchy now, just getting that information that there's 2 players in CT and 1 on site. Now, where do Peace go from here? Because there's still a man down, and they can isolate this fight, but the flank comes in from Azo, too sharp there with the Sheriff. You know, it's so much harder for Peace to get back in. Oh, he knows that Clutch is in the corner, lines that one up, and connects as well. Big defense coming out from Team Bliss.
That was just a god dart out of easy there. Really made the difference for his team. It's being able to scan multiple of those players. It was a great wall out of Fweshist as well, you have to say. Really well timed to disrupt that B push, and that just kind of made Peace's life a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
You did have the Sheriff from Azo heading into that last round. He's picked up a rifle, and I do like the approach that he's going for here. He's dropped that over to his teammate, and he's got access to the knife. He's just going to try to maximize the ult orbs and the opportunities to get his knives up going forward, and also save his team a little bit of money.
Oh, big pick to kick things off there. So, Azo, happy with that one, and goes for a big rotation too, or at least tries to sell the sound fake. Clutchy, Trailblazer in his way in. There's the info, stun up for Azo, but the man's safe for the moment. Slow push, continuing just to silently contact him, but it's going to be Azo pushing through 2 right clicks and maybe even the third. There you bloody go. 4 kills into the round, and the man wants the ace, but Ronski says, nah, not today, mate.
That's going to get Azo feeling absolutely fantastic going forward here as well. Does seem to sometimes be a bit of a momentum player. And getting a 4K like that is definitely going to help him stay confident and just continue going for these crazy plays that we know him for, at least in this tournament. Man has been absolutely fearless.
Need to point out, Mitch, that we did not see one of those plays once from Azo in that first series.
Yeah,
so
not really.
It's already just going to show that the man is absolutely on the money here.
Outside of the starter bind when he was on the Viper and he was like walking up short A, once that kind of stopped working for him, he just stopped kind of. Here we go. Another very, very quick death ball straight towards A main. You've got the blind from Major ready to go. Azo's on the judge, actually, and he's going to farm up a storm. 2 kills and a lot of damage onto Sicko, who gets caught trying to go for the res. Major, a little bit weird to try to just go and stick that res straight away. Might have been a little bit ill-advised in terms of just transferring his spray in that regard. But after all said and done, an awkward exchange for both teams, so we end up in a 3-on-3 match.
Res comes through eventually. I like that the gravity well brought Tensai even further out into the open, so might have deterred Peace from trying to go for that res. However, Bliss in some very solid positions. Fwesh is still just waiting for a lurker over towards the B site. Able to fall off and spot someone walking down Cat. But for now, the other two, they're not looking for any info. They're just going to be playing around.
Well, easy drone through middle. Didn't see a soul. He's still got the dart here. After all said and done, Pete's going to start to make their way back towards B. There's a Cosmic across the A side, but I'm not sure it stretches far enough to deny sound to Jungle Wow, and a lot of this being heard by Fweshes. That's a great little spray through the wall.
Gets the numbers, and that's what they're after. Clutchy, though, the man's going for an aggressive play and has to find the time. He knows someone's going to be close, and Fweshes tagged up through the smoke. Clutchy is happy with just the single for the moment, and we'll team up with Nation just to try to play together on site. Making a huge amount of noise, though, in doing so, and Fweshes starting to force his way in. Now, could have seen that heal coming through as Fweshes is just waiting for any information. Edging forward. Easy. Has this recon bolt, and just off the back of it, okay, guiding light, gets some information, but Fweshes still trying to find a line, and there's the lineup. The triple for the man, 2 more headshots in the bag, and a 5th round here for Team Bliss on the defense.
That's the res off the back of that defuse as well. Excellent stuff for the man. He had a couple of big plays earlier up against Order. He had that 1v4 on the sky very, very early on Bind. Money on Bliss is looking fantastic. I think these guys are really off to a great start, off to a great roll, and that gets me worried for Peace because I really do consider Ascent to be one of their stronger maps, at least in the overall grand scheme of things. So if they're not able to have a good performance here, I'm potentially a little bit worried.
I am with you. We are strong.
I know they can get it done on some of the others as well.
Ooh, sharp shot from Azo again. That's a couple of first bloods in the bag, and he's hunting for more too. Ronsky, though, again, just trying to take point up mid. He's been sharp. Hasn't had too many huge rounds just yet, but don't count your chickens before they hatch, Mitch, as Azo again. Flushed off the line, but he's going to be able to get that collateral too. Tenside's going to be hating that. Nation at least answers with one. Might be able to find something, but his teammate is out of it, and Azo wants the ace, but again, denied. Awkward situation as both have to swap to the secondary there. But another on the board for Bliss.
Yeah, Azo's having an incredible map at the moment. That's what you love to see for Bliss. Actually, at the moment, I mean, we haven't really seen any of those insane plays out of Ronsky that we know him for. More so, honestly, it kind of feels like the roles have swapped in that regard, where you're seeing Azo get away with all these insane jet plays, and Ronsky's been a little bit quiet at the start, but still plenty of series left to play.
Yeah.
Does seem like Peace shifting things up, going back for this mid control this time around, so that's going to be a little bit of the difference. That's a good tag out of Azo, and great movement on the dash as well to just get out of dodge.
Yeah, it must have been just over through the wall, because the flick looked good on my screen. Now, damage coming through Tensai, a very I guess a very ballsy play to stand there on the other side of the smoke with that many bullets coming towards him. But for now, those rotations will come back. Peace starting to shift back into some... Bliss rather shifting back into some more default positions. Peace are, however, making their way up short.
Pretty common. See a drone at like a minute or something when you're lacking info on the defensive side. Just try to find out what's going on. Flash up short from Peace, but really the main point of contact is over towards this B side of the map. You've got Fweshes and Major over here, both with their ults ready to go, but outside of that, the rest of the team all over towards that A side of the map, and you've got Clutchy controlling the rotations from top mid as well, so that could be a problem for Bliss.
Let's see if they can crack something open. It's going to be Sicko finding one through the wall, and Major is walled off at the back of site too. So we'll be able to run around if he wants. Sound obviously not there, but Azo is. He's going to be able to come in with the knives for one, but the trades come through, and that was a well-coordinated bust from Bliss. Another flash to Paranoia. Hits the mark on Sicko, as does the shots from the Vandal, and Major picks up another. So very solid defense so far here.
Yeah, that's great teamwork. You get the Cosmic across the backside to get Major to feel a little bit more safe, and it actually did kind of give pause for thought for Peace on that push straight into B. Gave the time for the rotations to come across, because remember, when when they were starting to go towards B, they were actually very split up, Team Bliss. You only had 2 players over towards that big site, one of which just got zapped by the Hunter's Fury straight off the bat. But that Cosmic in combination with, Major doing some good work, really slowed things down. Very quick push from Bronski here, but the Paranoia going to slow Peace out in A main, and now you've got some of the Astra util as well.
All the way in, that crossfire works for a couple, but Clutchy able to crack it open with the Sheriff. Now, there's the A site, and the defenders are still on this rotation back in. Easy to Heaven. And the Seeker going to be stuck at the door for the moment. Precious. He's going to be heading that direction. Oops, spam through, as we are going to see an attempt at a lineup. Easy's just trying to figure out where to hit it, and Clutchy gets tagged by it. But this Cosmic Divide is still in the damn way. Precious going in now with the drone over towards the door. Sicko. Yet another on-the-go lineup, just trying to make sure those shock attacks get any damage done. Nation, he's going to be stuck on site, but he's able to fight well for 2. And there you have it. It's going to be 2 on the board as well. Thrifty comes through from Peace.
Yeah, Nation's had a lot of impact for Peace so far. Statistically, is the top player on the scoreboard for them. But, I mean, positionally, this man just really can't be faulted when he's having a good day. And he's had a pretty good start to this series so far. Nice little 2K to close out that XVX. And it's better than nothing for Peace. They're starting to get a little bit of economy rolling. They've still got work to do. Probably 2 more gun rounds back to back if they want to break this Bliss's money. Flesher still has the res in the back pocket that he hasn't really had an opportunity to use yet. And again, it does seem like Peace back towards this A site where they just had success on the half bite. Definitely going to fill them with a little bit more confidence.
Oh, in comes a well-timed smoke from Jungle Wow. Flashed off the line though, and again, Oronsky loves this, but he has to invest a second updraft just to stay on Gen there. Bit of a miscalculated maneuver, however. Jungle Wow is still alive, and Bliss are happy to play 5-on-5 for the retake.
Yeah, where's this KO ult going to come in? That's what I'm wondering. That will just make their lives very difficult from Bliss. Does seem like there's going to be a fight for Catwalk here, Matt.
Certainly does. Nation, he's going to be going forward, feeling a little bit sharp now. Flash around the corner in Peace. They are looking to fight fire with fire. They want this tree control. But look at Bliss. They're all just on the other side of the arch here. Line up for Nation. Finds himself the 3rd. Oh, not quite the 4th. It's 10th side to snatch it away. And now there you damn have it. It's Jungle Well to 1-on-3. And it looks like it's way too much for him to deal with. Ronsky's here, making sure he can't slide out with his life at Heaven. And 3 goes up on the board for Peace.
Like I said, that A site seems to be a pretty big point of success for Peace so far. And now you're getting a pretty big economy swing. Bliss really running out of cash here. Trying to put the pieces together of a solid looking buy, but some of the players going to have to go without full armor or full utility just to be able to put it together. They have got one, but if they drop this one, then they are going to be broke heading into that last round of the half, and that's where Peace could potentially 7-5. If Peace loses this round, though, they've got plenty of money.
Well, they're hunting for this mid control. Early guiding light forces Azo off the line, who doesn't have to, or well, can't invest that tailwind out because he is suppressed in the corner. Easy trying to snipe some with the Hunter's Fury. Roski's gone forward, almost finds 2, but Major's there to trade.
Oh, now Azo dashing forward. I don't think he intended that. Unfortunately, ends up losing his life. This round gets even messier as we head into a 3-on-3. Surely that res is going to be available for Fleshes. He's going to get the Sova back up and alive, but he actually gets suppressed by the KO ult, so he can't utilize his res.
Oh, well, damage already done from Jungle. Man just stood and delivered for 2, and Tensai unable to get to safety, so it is just going to be the plant found. However, Bliss, an extremely quick retake coming through there to put an 8th on the board, and they're not going to stick that defuse. They're going to make sure they have the time to find the operator. Precious as well. Got that res off, so it is going to be 3 alive, and the economy continues to be stable for Bliss.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the main important factor. If they dropped that round, they would have been on somewhat of a half buy heading into this one, which is not ideal. That's where you almost certainly would have seen a 7-5 half, but they've kept the door open for a potential 9-3 here. See if they can make it happen. But Peace, like I said, still plenty of money. Ult advantage kind of going towards Bliss. You've got the daggers, you've got the... Oh, hold on. Daggers, you've got a judge. You've got a lot of weaponry for Azo to juggle here at B main.
He's just bought a plenty, and he's got the line as well, so doesn't even have to invest anything but the shot to pick up the first kill, and he's going to be going over the top 2. However, Nation, quick flick to trade, but Azo's already snatched 2 away.
Yep, you're going to see Flashes playing around this site. Easy's going to try to give him a little bit of support in terms of that dart. Just bide his time to get back into the site.
Oh, such an awkward situation with the Cosmic Divide coming right down the middle. The Nation has it to play around, but he's not expecting the swing from Fweshist, and there you have it. Bliss with 9 in the first half to Pieces 3.
Switching sides.
Yeah, very dominant opening half of this game. I was asking questions in the pre-show, like Bliss, they just kind of got slapped around earlier. Hopefully that doesn't get them down too much. Seems like kind of the opposite. You know, if you in theory thought about the trajectory of these two teams heading into this game, you would be thinking Bliss, you know, they just got smacked a little bit, might be feeling a little down, whereas you had a sick comeback from Peace on the B stream up against Wildcard. They're probably riding that momentum wave up, but seems to kind of be the opposite of the truth here. See if Bliss can keep this momentum rolling on the attacking side here, because they've got themselves a very strong position. If they pick up Pistol here, they're all but guaranteed to pick up a set.
Well, early knife from Tensai, just to try to get that info. Azo did crack it before the suppression came through. And Clutchy playing a dangerous game there with the Frenzy. Ronsky going to be stuck here at Pizza, but he's able to fight his way out. Fast flank coming through from Clutchy as well. And he's just looked at Major, and I think he wanted a little bit more, so try to use the trigger discipline, but he feeds that info over to Tensai, who holds his ground for a triple. And that is big damage done already. Easy now spotted, his position's known. And the 3 Peace players can position appropriately.
Yeah, still got a flash here for Tensai. Easy. It's been a bit of a clutch man in this tournament, but not this time. Much needed for Peace to stay competitive here on Ascent, to just pick up that pistol and move into the anti-eco. Timeout after losing pistol. Time to have a chat. It's an interesting. I'd love to probe the brain of the Bliss squad and ask them what the purpose of the timeout is after losing pistol when you're going into an eco. Probably, I'd imagine more of a talking about how the rest of this game is going to go, and maybe trying to avoid any kind of loss of momentum swing or you know, sort of mental issues that some of these teams do run into. Or, I mean, if you go back to the Mind Freak comms, could just be a bathroom break. You never know. Got some interesting uses of timeout in those.
Very true, very true. Could also just be to make sure you're all on the same page. Maybe there's some kind of strategy. They've done the homework. Because after what we saw, I feel like Bliss might not have actually done too much work to try to take out Order, and they've focused on what could be the lower bracket game to try to flip. Is it going to be Peace? Is it going to be Wildcard? Do they have to prepare for 2 teams? They're all the things you need to think about. And are they going to be playing their game, or are they trying to bend the knee to what Peace is doing to them, which, well, has been working so far?
So a full save out of Bliss. Not committing anything to this round, just looking for a little bit of economic damage before they head into that next gun round. Dart goes into A main. Doesn't see a whole lot. Flash back from Peace, who are just utilizing pistols, really. This could be a free orb, or maybe Ronsky's going to go for a little more.
Okay, Azo, you're just going to be running in through tree, drawing a whole lot of attention, but now it's Tensai ready for the push through. However, Azo just has that classic, and at that range, the right click is not as powerful as, you know, we've seen it in the last couple of days. Ghost going to be pulled out, Tensai, just making sure he's got some accuracy at this range. And Jungle out, stuck at Pizza. He's going to be sliced up too, and there you have it. Another round for Peace. Now just 4 in the deficit with a flawless round.
Doing well for themselves. Ronsky only in that last round had the Frenzy, and he's got straight on the Operator into the world's first gun round, same as Azo on the opposite team. So it does seem to be the go-to. Good news for Ronsky is if he only needs 1 kill and a death, or, you know, 2 kills or an orb, or whatever combination you need to have knives in the next round. So an investment in an Operator is not going to be as big of a deal for him.
Okay. Ooh, early stun coming through there, and Azo managed to survive. There's Major to cover for him.
So Ronsky no longer gets knives unless he gets a orb next round. So that's no longer a relevant argument, unfortunately. Azo, keen to see if he wanted to get his hands on that Operator, and Man's just going to walk through his teammate Smoke into A, gets a lot of information there. Meanwhile, Peace they're trying to put a lot of premium and emphasis over towards middle, and they're going to try to take a fight towards B Link here. But unfortunately, Tensai not aware that there was so many players over here. Peace are just getting peaked at long ranges up against rifles. That is really not what they want on their bonus round.
Definitely not. Nation in the corner. They've completely forgotten that he could be hanging around. And there goes the spike. That's a world of information. Azo on the aggression. It works wonderfully. Easy. Late to the trade on short. And there it is. Bliss will pick up their first round on the attacking side. Now, Mitch, I just want to take you on a bit of a journey.
Oh,
all right?
I can't wait.
Just hear me
Where
out.
are we going?
So, the reason he hasn't picked up the operator is Pinocchio theory. You know what Pinocchio theory is?
No, I don't. Please
Your nose is
educate me.
longer. And when you're trying to clear these close angles, if your nose is longer, it goes around the corner before you do, and it alerts the enemies of your position. So maybe he was just trying to keep the short snout on, clear all the close angles before going for that operator. But he didn't even end up going back for it because he just kept on holding W, and that's the Azo we know and love.
Are you telling me Fibs, Mac?
No, I would never do that. My nose isn't growing.
Okay. There you go. There's the daggers for Ronsky. Azo's in the other team's spawn at 1:30. He's where they buy guns, and he's getting kills as well. This man's unhinged.
And Ronsky pulls it back with the knives at least. So we'll get that trade belated, but it's there. And now Bliss start to make their way over towards A as Peace set up for the retake.
Yeah, you got this wall across short. That's not going to be an option for the defenders to come back towards Catwalk. They're going to leave Major on A. It actually ends up being a little bit of a fake. The B side's open for business if Bliss can take advantage of this timing, but it's on Tensai to deny entrance if it can. You've got the Astra utility down here for jungle, so not going to have the opportunity to. That's a good, well-timed molly, though. That's going to keep them in B main. Nice shot from Easy, though.
Yeah, still 47 seconds, and it looks like it's yet another fake. I think the reason they went all the way back to B was just because of how many of those stars are still laid down on the A site. However, with that ult popped from Tensai, looks like Bliss are all the way back, and Major's found himself for lineup. The sneaky man at window gets another bit of control. Now, of course, Astra out of the equation, so those stars have no influence in the round. Tensai's got to do it in the 1-on-4, and he's already started wonderfully.
Yeah, nice pick. Dagger doesn't reveal anyone that close. Paranoia is going to keep him back for a little bit longer. Major hanging around tree side, but probably not in his interest to take a duel this early on. Would prefer to probably just use the numbers.
Well, he's aware that Major has to be around short somewhere. Maybe up through window where he lurked before and found two. But there's so many of these 50-50 angles that Tensai has to push through. And it gets so dangerous, but there it is. One already found and still a little bit of time to play with. Will have himself that knife in just 3 damn seconds. Flashes across, but decides, you know what? I've done the damage to the economy, and that's all we really want here. Round goes over into the hands of Bliss, and that will send them to 11. Knife across to make sure no one's pushing him. And he'll have a Vandal at least to play with into the next.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a save for Peace unless they don't want to play for OT, but I don't see them putting together that convincing of a buy here. Did mention it. At least Tensai has the Vandal and armor, so he can try to do some more economic damage, which Bliss's money, to be fair, still quite fragile. There's still potential for some of those resets to come in later on. And look, we've seen Peace do damage with Sheriffs and Marshals before, so it's not like this round beat is outside the realms of possibility. A lot of players stacked towards A here for Peace. Let's see if Bliss will bite.
Let's see if they do, or if they are all barked. For now, Azo has to get away from the dangerous position. No push in from Peace just yet. However, a knife comes through. That's extra information. And finally, the flash is there, and so are Peace. Both basing keep Azo stuck at the cutout. And as Tensai, look at how much influence he's had with the Vandal already. Ronsky trying to get away with more, but it is just Tensai shredding through Bliss at the moment. All flicks up, had the read that Precious was going over the top, and now Precious comes in clutch. Everyone's there towards A. Look at the X's on the map, but Precious comes out key.
Yeah, there was even a purple one there, which I wonder if that's like the blue and the red guy dying on the same spot. Either that, or I think I'm having a stroke. Either way, what I do know is that Bliss's money, quite fragile after dropping that many guns, only comes down to one player surviving. And Peace going to go into another gun round, but they've got no room for error, and there's so many rounds behind. This has just been an excellent performance out of Bliss. Azo's got his knives. This is going to be a quick one towards B.
Let's see if there's going to be too much to hold. Tensai, oh, cannot find any this round, as we are going to see the Hunter's Fury coming through. Ezo cannot get to side either, so it's just getting a little bit awkward. Clutchy, during all the chaos, has smashed his way through mid, has control of the spike too, and knows that Fweshets is still in B main off the back of the Guiding Light. Now, Major, he's gone into an advanced position, and there's still so much time to play with. Major falling to Nation, and it's up to Fweshets again. He did it with a trade before, but Clutchy was on too advanced of a line. And Peace fight and buy some time to stay in the game.
It's a good round for them to pick up, and it's one that takes advantage of all of that economic damage that they were doing previously. Key to see what Bliss will go for here. Really wouldn't mind the half buy, and I think it's sensible to do so. No reason to throw caution to the wind when you're 6 rounds ahead. May as well just, you know, slight investment, buy down to like 2k and give it a crack in the next round. Maximize that loss bonus.
Well, Bliss have 2 ults to close this out. Jungle Wow 1 away from having the Cosmic Divide online as well. So Star's already taken away from A, and that one has been seen by Easy. Now, Peace just keeping it slow. Sicko getting the info. Put the drone in through Beacon. And Azo looking just to be a bit of a nuisance again with the judge. Is he going to run out? Is he going to draw the attention of these defenders? Who knows? We'll find out soon.
Meanwhile, the rest of Bliss are walking back towards A, mate. Trying to clear some stuff out. Flash goes towards middle for Peace and doesn't reveal anything. Jungle looking to try to sell this B fake, going to create a little bit of space for Azo to come into sight here. And he's caught Tensai with his pants down completely. All of the rotations heading over here, except for the Astra.
Oh, and now he has to pull out the secondary, but he's just drawn so much attention. But look at this Nation, he's just waiting on the other side of the smoke. We do have Omen got aggressive if Major works it. Oh my lord, how's that worked out? 20 seconds to plant now, and it's still going to be a 3-on-3. Major, again, in the best position, tries to hold the spray. Bursting away, it's only good for 1, and still a chance for both sides.
Yeah, you got that Cosmic in. Sicko's going to chuck his dart into the site, which doesn't reveal anyone. Easy on towards his drone, looking for information. He's still got both of his shock darts ready to go. No stars left here for Bliss, so they're just relying on this 2-man crossfire from A main.
And look at that, the drone as well, just going to be stuck in the Cosmic Divide, couldn't make its way through, and no one shot at it either, but in come Peace. Now, it's going to be double 1 set up for Bliss as well. Recon bar, bolt is there. Tensai almost caught with 20 HP. He's going to go for the half stick. In comes that swing. It's going to be the jump hit, though, and there you damn have it. Jungle Wow lines them up, connects, and it's going to be 13-6 in the end for map number 1 here in the lower bracket final.
Yeah, that's a massive result for Bliss. They're essentially 1 game away from NA, and to win in such convincing fashion over Peace, who, if you go back and look at the last couple of games, you look back at the damage that they did in the last qualifier on Ascent with this exact comp, I'm somewhat worried for Peace, but we'll have to take a look at some of the other maps that are upcoming in this series. We'll take a look at the stats in the break and have a feeling how screwed they are.
Well, I'm pretty damn excited because we finally get to see a little bit of Split. It's one of my favorite maps to cast, and hopefully you guys enjoy watching it too. But before we jump into it, we've got to go to one more break. So ladies and gents, don't go too far. We'll see you after this.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to jump underway with the second map of the series here. One team is up for elimination and the other team is up for a flight to North America. So there's a lot on the line because not only is it your life in the competition, not only is it your dignity, but I just need to say as well, Team Bliss, that is a statement. To be absolutely destroyed by Order like that and then 30 minutes later pick yourself up and have that kind of a performance, that is professional.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. I think it comes down to, the fact that you do have to kind of mentally prepare yourself for order. But in terms of the rest, positions 2 to 6 in this region, for a long time, it's kind of been up in the air. Bliss have really come into this competition swinging, and this series is no exception. A 13-6 on Ascent. That's been one of Peace's home maps. I was touching on it a little bit before. So I'm eager to see, once we get into Split, what we're going to get from both of these teams, because it's a map that hasn't seen as much play from either of these teams yet. They've only played it once or twice. It is going to be Bliss's pick. We'll take a look at the player stats for Peace. I mean, seeing the fact that there's a less than 1 KD across the board when you've got a lineup with this much fragging power and this much talent is it's a little bit worrisome, to be honest, today.
Yeah, something just seems to not be right in the lineup there. However, it was a very interesting time. And I'm looking at the stats here. You've got Peace, who have a 71% win rate on Split. So they're a very solid team on this map as well. So Bliss, you're thinking, okay, that's something. But Bliss have a 60% win rate here on Split. So both teams have a relatively solid split. And they haven't played each other for a while. Last time they did, they beat Peace in regulation 13-11. And the team comps there were something interesting. We had Astra, Cypher, Killjoy, Raze, and Sage, I believe. Yeah, coming out. No, we had a Viper in there as well.
We might be seeing a mirror here. What's Nation going for? If Nation's going for Killjoy, we're getting a mirror matchup.
Ooh, is there a chance he goes?
We're getting the mirror matchup. All right.
Viper. Okay.
That's pretty exciting. I think this is this the same comp? This is the same comp that Bliss ran in their last game. And as for Peace, this is also the same comp that they ran in their last game. So
double duelists.
Yeah, no comp changes. It'll be interesting. I'm keen to get into it.
Yeah. And look, Split, we haven't seen it for the last couple of days, at least in the games that we have casted. So keen to see both of these Titans go head-to-head. Peace, their competition lives are on the line. And Bliss, if they pick up this and make it a 2-0, they'll get not only the rematch against Order, but that ticket to NA. And that's what everyone is here for.
Absolutely. And you have to say as well, after winning your opponent's map pick quite convincingly, and now you go on to your pick, which, your opponents are potentially under a fair bit of pressure. You're probably feeling quite good about Bliss. They are starting on that attacking side, so we'll see what they've got in store for us in that regard. We do have a mirror matchup on the Agents, so this is a pretty exciting prospect, if you ask me.
Well, into the map we go. And it's going to be an exciting one at the moment. We do have Peace on that defense to kick things off. So far, you got Clutchy and Nation picking up a Ghost each. Ronski on that Sheriff with Sicko picking up a Frenzy and some Util. Bliss, on the other hand, one Frenzy, one Ghost. A Shorty in the hands of Azo. This man loves a good shotgun. And a Frenzy over there for Major 2.
Oh, the Shorty's an interesting one, always, depending on where you're playing it out. We'll see what he does opt to do with that. Where's he going to be dashing up to?
He's on A, all on his own with it. So let's see what the effectiveness is. Okay, manages to take an early battle at range, and so it does not work out for him.
He's tried to catch Tensai walling A there, which is an interesting one. It's not too uncommon to see the A wall. This mid-fight, oh my god, Peace are just sending it. Are they on defense? I'm not sure. I think we've got the sides swapped around the wrong way, because these guys are just absolutely Wing down mid and taking all the fights.
Happy with that control. You got the turret there as well to pick up extra info, and Peace just happy to play with the retake at the moment. Let's spike us down on B, but not tapping, not planting just yet. Looking like they're waiting for Easy to take contact or make some noise at A and try to draw the attention here of Peace, which he may just do in a moment, walking all the way through heaven. This contact could be huge, but is he going to look the right direction? No is the answer, and these players are still here towards B.
Just got timing. Precious going to wall himself, take a risk of his own over in towards CT. He's got a multi-frag. In fact, both of these players have to multi-frag or die. We've seen a couple of big clutches and clips from Jungle with the Ghost.
Look at that as well. They know that the wall was there, so they've all gone through heaven, and this big flank is coming through. Jungle just needs to buy as much time as he possibly possibly can, and time is there, but the aim is not for Fweshus this time. Sometimes you love the classic, and sometimes you want to throw it in the bin. This, of course, was one of the situations of the latter. But Peace fans are cheering all throughout the nation.
I suppose so. It's a good start. Bit of a nerve settler, I guess. Defensive side of your opponent's map pick after a bit of a rough map number 1. Never hurts. The fact that it's insanity to me. The fact that Azo is potentially one game away from going to NA, and he's on pistol round, bought himself a shorty and tried to just dash into A and kill the Sage Bully. And now second round, man's gone for a judge. Actually, the full force across from Bliss is a little less crazy. Let's see what they go for here. Going to try to give this force by a crack. Once again, wall across A, which is not shot at all. That's going to give Peace a little bit of an incentive to start rotating back towards that B side of the map, and already you're starting to see some fights towards heaven.
Okay, I comes out as well. They're trying to deal with this star at the same damn time, and it gets a little awkward, and Fweshus will fall. So, peek behind the molly for Clutchy, and that's going to net another. So, Bliss now may be in trouble, but Azo has that judge in hand, and he wants to cause some mayhem. Ronsky now just running in solo again. But knife out, and Nation will pick up 2. So Jungle Bow's got a lot of work to do. Sicko knows his position too. That turret not quite facing the right direction, but Nation will be. And there you have it. 2 on the board, and a very solid second round coming out from Nation.
Yeah, it's been pretty on point today. A lot of pretty good multi-frags, and actually all the kills that he's got subsequent so far in this game put him 1 off the lockdown heading into the bonus, which means gets a kill, he can get that lockdown rolling, but even if he doesn't, that's where you're looking forward to that next round where you're going in from the bonus. Or rather, they're going into an anti-eco. I've got my head around completely the wrong way today, Mac. I forgot that this just went for a force fight.
It's all right, mate. Sometimes it do be like that. Now, early wall at mid, not going to be broken by Bliss. Azo will be getting very close indeed. We do have the Sage on the way, so we'll see if there's going to be a wall back over or if they're just going to hold their ground for now. Azo's trying to jump up onto the vent, but Ronsky's just looking straight at him. He's heads there sideways. Ronsky hits the trigger, so his position now known, and Azo just goes for the knife instead. As this is all happening, of course, the attackers are just holding their ground, making sure there's no aggression from the defenders. Ronsky, speaking of aggression, this man thrives in it.
Yeah. But maybe, unfortunately, not as much as he might have liked to dash straight into vents from Azo. Clutchy's already occupying this territory, taking some duels with that Spectre and armor. These pistols trying to get some lurk, trying to get some damage done as the B-split kicks off. Major is causing absolute havoc in middle right now, and the rest of Bliss trying to kick off this B-split.
And they're just holding the main control for the moment as Major rotates in. Ball's in the way as well, and Sicko, he's stuck right here in the gravity well. And it's an awkward situation. Fweshus will take him down for it. Tensai only good for 1 from the rafters there. Major to trade and finds a 3rd for himself for the round. But now, Nation, if he gets 1 kill, he has that lockdown and can make this retake a little bit easier. But is he going to invest it? That's the real question. Turret at the back of sight, able to take the first point of contact for both the pit players for Bliss. 1 towards B main.
It's pretty absurd. Piece on the verge of losing an eco. He has got 1 nano if he wants to commit that in towards the back of sight. Default plant. Bunch of Killjoy utility on the site.
And there's that contact, holding strong. And it's easy to pick it up with the turret of all things. So a bit of damage through the wall. And Bliss, they are on the board. So not letting Peace win the bonus round. Dancing around, spinning around as well for Major, who was just having a bit of a time at mid earlier on in that round.
Yeah, he also had Tensai invest in his in a rifle last round, I think. So that's a nightmare for Peace, and you can see the effects of that on their economy. They just got ecoed. That's a massive economic swing. 3 guns picked up by Bliss, a whole bunch of Spectres, means that all 3 of those players have great money. And now the subsequent buy from Peace is Glass Cannon Operator, 2 judges, and maybe some light util. At least they have the lockdown to lean on if they need to. But Bliss pretty fearlessly going to take some duels towards middle. No Sage Wall keeping them back because he couldn't afford it.
The Judge Totem Pole. You love to see it. I actually hope that Bliss walk into that trap, but they have dodged it.
I'm sure there's some people from Bliss in chat that are really not your biggest fan right now, Mac. But
it'd be so tilting to watch.
Yeah,
And,
a tilting tower of totem poles, you know?
Very true. Now, here it is. Gonna find some impact, and
Jesus.
there it is. 2 easy kills. All they had to land was a couple of shots, and that's all they did as well. Jungle Wow now waiting for and hoping for an over-aggression. The swing into mid. There it is. Ronsky going to be swinging in from screens as well. So Fwesh just makes his way to site, and that's the spike in a solid position, but he'll be last alive as Jungle Wow and Easy both get picked off in transition. And it's a 5-on-1 for the retake. Fwesh just needs to have his biggest game he's seen in a while. There's the first. Ronsky posted on elbow. And the rest of Peace start to posture. Nation. Drop that nano swarm, and there's a world where the lineup is there. Finds another. Sicko isolated fights for Precious. He's still untouched at the moment. He's got a res. He's got a heal. He's got a damn wall to play with too. And he's going to go up over to the top right. Another isolated fight to Tensai. Pulls out the secondary, and the classic can't get it over the line. Nation trades it, but oh my. Precious almost with the clutch.
It's just the economic damage. Even though he didn't get it done, the fact that he takes 4 guns off the opponents when Peace, they tripped up earlier. They lost against the Pistols. That completely ruined their economy and the great start they were off to. And now they've thrown away 4 of their guns up against 1 player. And again, you see this pretty pathetic buy where they've got to go down to 2 judges. Yeah, I know it was cool last round when you had the two-man walk into the judge totem pole. Yeah, that was the thing. But again, the money is quite shaky for Peace if they don't make it through this round cleanly, and they've got to make 2 judges work. Ronsky obviously is the main person that has to have impact on the operator, and he goes down 5 seconds into the round. Great dash in from Azo. This puts Peace under a lot of pressure. They've got to try to complete a bit of a site retake with judges. I don't know about that one.
Oh, well. That's a good way to start it. Clutchy able to heal back up as well, just holding close range and hoping someone else faces him. But he's going to do the facing with the judge, mind you. So confidence at an all-time high. And now look at this. Nation at the back of sight. He's going to have to fight for himself here. Offline. Is Bliss going to expect it? They're just jumping around, playing in those smokes and trying to find a timing, but the slow orb comes in at a very optimal moment.
That's actually kind of a good position for the Killjoy to be in. He's got the lockdown, so they may be expecting like some retake positioning. Might not be anticipating the back of sight. Either way, worth mentioning that after that initial res came in, the 1-for-1, Azo, as you can see, actually did get Ronsky's operator. So Ronsky now only has the Spectre to play with. But look, let's be real. There is the man advantage here for Peace. Ronsky's 1 kill off of the daggers. They still do have that lockdown for the retake, and in comes the walk towards A where there's 3 Peace players lying in wait.
Oh, well, here's Ronsky poised and at the ready, and he's going to get picked off as well. Azo able to hold the flank through, and now Spike's on site and plenty of time to get this Spike planted. Azo still dominating A main. This is going to be very hard for Peace to crack back in, but you know, a good timing may just go their way in a moment. Close range with the judge, and it will beat the operator of Azo. There it is, back to the 3-on-3, and now we are kicking. Sicko, he wants a couple of shots in here as well. You've got the Killjoy just going through, 3 seconds remaining, and in comes that push. It's all up to Jungle Wow. And he's making it look pretty damn good for the moment. Here on site, isolates a fight. Gravity Well on top, and Sicko flicks it onto the noggin. There it is, headshot picked up, and another round for Peace.
Oh, so messy. But the loss bonus is actually starting to build up a little bit for Peace, even after a whole bunch of these close XVXs. They had a little bit of money in the back pocket of 3 of those players, so in combination with the plant, you could get Azo, drop something over to one of his mates, and goes for the knives, and they could actually put together some kind of a buy here. Alternatively, you could see what you're seeing now, where they do go for a bit of a half buy, but either one of those options look pretty good up against Peace, who, like I said, are having so many economic troubles. Yes, they're picking up the rounds, but they're not doing it cleanly at all, so I'm quite worried that they could take much more economic damage yet again here, and potentially get reset, if not in this round, then soon towards the future.
Well, Wall not broken just yet, and we are going to see Peace go aggro, hole in the wall, and Ronski just run straight into it, trying to bait out some shots as he was fully blinded up. But Bliss, they are still here over towards B main and waiting for the perfect time to strike. That wall goes down, and maybe there's a world where this works out nicely. Sitko with that judge, still able to play around that corner. And it's a bait, it's a setup. They're hoping that Peace pushes onto the line, and there it is. However, the lockdown gets destroyed. So Sitko does his job, but it cost him his life.
I mean, they got a kill out of it, I guess. That's something. And honestly, they put a lot of pressure on this B site, which has drawn the rotations back. Peace well aware that they need to make sure they don't over-rotate here. And now Bliss with the man advantages. Knives still on Azo. What have they got to work with in terms of weaponry? Still basically Knives plus Sheriffs and Spectres, but we've seen this work before. They've got that Empress. They've still got the Cosmic, and they've got a man advantage. So this could be a recipe for success, but going back towards B here means going into the Killjoy setup.
Yeah, there's also a couple of stars that he managed to pick up on transition, but Tensai close range has this judge, and he's going to say, Azo, look what I can do, but Azo says, nah, mate, I'll do one better. Getting a couple of kills there with the Knives going up here in the smoke, and Ronski, oh, the timing, it's huge. Ronski might be able to deny the plant from here, but he's found one onto Azo. However, Jungle gets the spike planted, so has some time to play with.
Says thanks for the smoke, mate. Keeps him alive. Ronski walks onto his line, but Clutchy's got the trade. Up from heaven there. How many bloody clutches can Peace keep getting? It's absolutely ludicrous. Every single one of these last couple of rounds has come into a XVX with one player surviving. But look, Peace is still winning them. I could talk about, you know, hypothetical situations. I could talk about how good or not good your money's looking, but at the end of the day, if you're winning all the clutches, I don't think you care too much.
Well, Clutchy's sending as many messages to as many of the Bliss players there as possible while he had some time at the end of the round.
You were talking about messages earlier. How many did he send? Did he send 3?
He sent one very long message to whoever it was that died at pit. I think that was Jungle, and then a little old message to your boy Major as well. So we'll see if the messages get received or if it just went to the junk mail.
Okay. All right. Well, it's 5-1. Peace doing a pretty good job on this defensive side. Money for both teams, still quite fragile. You got the operator out for Ronski. Very quick control of heaven yet again. Azo's been sent up there time and time again just to be able to apply pressure, and he's taking a lot of aggro. 3 players all centralized around heaven here, trying to isolate Azo.
Ooh, he just goes and goes and goes, doesn't he? Flash in the way, but so are 2 of the Peace
Karma.
Tensai again gets it done with the judge.
Yeah, that's karma for Azo. If anything, Ronski being a little bit quiet today, but that's a nice 2K in a critical gun round that could actually make a bit of a difference. Nation, again, rock solid in towards heaven, peeks out on the line, takes Major out of the equation, and now Jungle must 1v5, or Peace's money will be broken, and Peace's money will be great, and Bliss's money will be broken.
Ronski happily just crab walking at Jungle out there. Knew that he was stuck in the corner. There was only a limited amount of positions he could be there. And Peace, an extremely strong defensive side. But remember, a lot of these have been clutches, at least 3 or 4 of them at the moment.
Yeah.
And if those rounds were in the hands of the attackers, then all of a sudden we'd be in a different game.
But they're not, Mac. They're not.
They're not. No, they're not.
That's a hypothetical. And that last round was the money steadier, wasn't it? Like, they were looking broke. They were living paycheck to paycheck. And, you know, that last round, definitely much, much better. 2.5 plus across everybody.
Well, this round looks like we're going to see a change of pace. Pedal to the metal already. Sicko. A couple of bits of util, but they know that Azo's in heaven. So let's see what Clutchy can do from side. He's able to find 2 already. Crossfire way too strong, and the spike is down. Azo goes as well. Straight into CT, actually. And it's all up to Jungle. Big on the lurk coming in through mid. But there's a whole lot of those Peace players just all encapsulating that spike.
There's the alarm bot as well. I think Jungle's seen that, so he doesn't want to hit the ground. Otherwise, it will trigger.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder whether Azo is trying to, sometimes whether he's trying to win rounds or whether he's trying to speed run to the other team's spawn. I can't tell, honestly. If you look at the map where he's died, he almost made it. That might have been a world record.
Well, do you have a stopwatch with you? Because I do. I can time it next round.
I think anybody who has a smartphone has a stopwatch.
Ooh, Ronski, man is starting to fire up. And this is where it gets dangerous for Bliss.
Yeah, money's fantastic. Hypotheticals, whatever. Who cares? Money's really, really good for Peace, probably for the rest of the half or very close to. So this is where, like I've said many times, feel like a broken record. The name of the game shifts for Bliss from trying to win the half to trying to squeak some rounds through and then have a strong defensive side.
Ronski takes out that turret.
Rip Wally.
Well, Azo, again, is just going to be jumping around trying to utilize this judge because he's been judged a few times now and he's had a bloody enough. Now, Vandal in the hands and almost Heaven as well. Clutchy's gone all the way in through B main, but Jungle Wow with a heads-up plate takes the head straight off of Clunchy, and it is just going to be 2 players at the moment, still over towards that B site, 1 at 8. But all this happening means Sicko is pretty close to the fast rotation nation. He's got that turret on towards the ramp, and he's in a solid position to deal with these ropes. The 2-man peek.
Wow.
Accuracy on those zip lines, hey? Let's talk about that.
That's a conversation for another day, but that was gorgeous for Bliss. Great coordination. Felt like I was watching like Mission Impossible or something, the way that they were on those zip lines. That was gorgeous. Either way, though, Bliss, wall across elbow. Plant goes down for Flashes. It's a crossfire between Hell and Sight.
Well, Flashes, he's been popping off this half. Unfortunately, it hasn't converted to too many rounds, but is this one of the rounds that it will? It certainly is. Jungle Wow from below gets a 3rd for the round, and he is popping off at the moment. But there you have it. A 2nd on the board for Bliss. And the question is it too late or is it better late than never at this point?
I think it's better late than never. And I think, you know, if they can go for 4 rounds, they're probably fine with that. If they can win the next 3 in a row, excellent. But 4 would kind of be the pass mark. I think if they want to try to break the money and they need to win 2 consecutively, which is going to be a difficult task. We do see a pause coming out. A technical pause from Peace. So,
We'll figure out what's going on in just a second, but for now, have a quick tab check. You got Nation 11-4. This man's been putting up the numbers. A very solid Killjoy player in the region. We did see him play the other day, and he wasn't on the Killjoy. He was on the Viper, right? Over on a little bit of Icebox.
Yeah.
Jumping around on a couple of different agents.
Yeah, it's not too uncommon to see Sentinel players go across to the Viper. Does kind of feel quite natural for a lot of them in terms of play style. Depends how you incorporate it into your lineup. But yeah, I mean, he's been holding on to that lockdown for a while. So could have maybe gotten a whole nother ult by now, but still just hasn't quite found the time to use it.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a lot going on. You got that Cosmic Divide ready for Sicko, one for Jungle Wow as well. I'd love to see a lot of cosmic action in play. And, you know, you got Tensai as well, 1 away from the res, so we might go for that orb control and set up for the retake, which would enable Ronski to play a little bit more aggressive earlier on in the round 2, or at least hold a more aggressive line. Other than that, look, economy is really in shambles at the moment for Bliss. They really need to be picking up these couple of rounds towards the end of the half, or they could be in trouble. Now, with Peace, you know, you got Ronski on that operator. Only Nation's economy really about to be boomed. Looks like he's had to be the money bags, the bank for Peace to just drop a couple of guns across.
Yeah, probably dropping the op, I would imagine. All right, back into the action. So far, I mean, if you're just joining us, Peace have had an excellent defensive side after kind of getting slapped on the first map. And Ronski, not aiming for the turret this time, is going to continue their streak here on the split defense.
Takes him out, and that spike is down, still behind B main, but mid control is there for now. And you got Tensai in the corner again. This time, not with the judge though. However, is he going to be cleared out? Eye in a solid position, but it doesn't hit Tensai, and now able to fight. There's one, and not quite the second, but it's big damage almost onto Tensai there.
Yeah, Ronski, it's the last point of contact here on the B side of the map. There's 2 stars to assist him, which Sicko can trigger at the right time. And Sicko and Nation working in tandem, trying to clear out ropes. In the meanwhile, I mean, it does seem like the plan from Bliss seems to be diagonal wall across that A side of the map to make it look like it's an A commitment, and then they walk into B, but Ronsky is just poised on this line.
He's on a nice tight angle as well, and he's going to be able to pick up the first. Knows Weshes is crossing spots the second, tries to rep away. That tailwind just going in not quite the optimal direction. Jungle Wow now going to have the cover of the wall to get that plant down, and in the 2-on-2, it's another round which could come down to the wire.
Yeah, you got the lockdown though, as well as the Cosmic. These are two of the best ultis to complete a retake in the game. So I dare say Peace are feeling quite confident heading into this one. But Fleshes and Jungle have been clutching up these rounds all day.
Well, Jungle taking point. He's just waiting for a line. I think he may have spotted the shoulder at the end, and we do now have the Nano Swarm in the way. So that one's going to be popped and the half stick for sure, but it might just be the whole damn wrangle through. Sicko can't find two, and in comes that defuse. Nation sticks it for the W. And Peace, another successful retake. Jungle Wow gets away with 3, but it's not the round.
Yep. That's where, I mean, looking at Bliss's money, this round's kind of do or die for them. They've got to put a win on the board here with somewhat of a lackluster investment. Azo, he wants to try to go for daggers, so he's going to try to have to get into B main there if he wants access to them. But if Bliss don't win this round, then economically they're going to be feeling quite bad heading into that last round. That's where you could definitely see a 10-2. So they need 2 in a row, goes without saying, Bliss. They are going to get access to the daggers, so that's going to shore up this buy a little bit more.
Well, it's a slow approach again at mid. Wall's in the way. And the Blade Storm is online already. Clutchy has managed to find one with that aggressive play coming out from Major, who's just walked up ramp into the trap. And now it's going to be that B site stack.
Yeah, they're feeling quite comfortable on A. Nation's over there. Man seems like in his current form he could take on the world.
Truly playing like a Sentinel, especially with that Killjoy setup. And they do also have Sicko ready to go for that rotation. Bit of an eye on to Heaven, just making sure there's no flank to come through towards that B site. However, you do have Jungle out, a lurk of his own. Is he going to be able to sell the fake and draw these players off towards A? It at least keeps Clutchy here for a moment. Smoke goes up and there's a world of noise being made, but it looks like it may just be the B site commitment depending on how this one goes. Nano Swarm's in a very solid position, and Ronsky could just be left out on an island. Spike starting to come through, and in comes that damn kit. There's 13 seconds. Over the top he goes. There it is. Blade Storm comes through. There's Jungle Wow to hit the deathly blow, though, and there's only a few seconds to get this spike planted. Oh, my lord. Azo, what are you doing? Pushing in through the Blade Storm there. It's enough to trade it back, and now there's a numbers advantage for Peace on the retake.
Yeah, you get the Cosmic across the side as well. This is going to really segment Bliss. They're completely isolated. Easy hears all of the footsteps. Surely his teammates are going to go through and help him out. Jungle Wow, the spray control again. There's the Empress being popped, I believe, by Clutchy and Bliss. Even though the Cosmic completely separated them, they were able to make it work. Empress actually doesn't get popped there by Clutchy. I swear to God, I thought I saw that animation. But Bliss, they're going to stay alive in this half in more ways than one. Not only do they complete a disadvantageous clutch, but like I said, if they didn't pick up that round, their economy was going to be absolutely shot.
Whoa. So many of these rounds coming right down to the final couple of situations. And again, that has had a huge influence on the economy. So we're seeing a lot of these judges. No judges for the defense this round. Over the top, Azo goes, and we get that Killjoy coming out early. Clutchy in a very heavily invested position, and he will be able to dismiss away and get back to safety. So there's the numbers advantage already for Peace.
Yeah, that should be the res from Fleshes as he picks up that orb. Azo trying to hard entry into the site, create space for his team, but the Killjoy Nano Swarms on towards A main are doing so much damage. You can feel that Bliss are in such an awkward position, and they're going to still try and force this spike down, but the spike carrier goes down.
And look at this slow flank coming through. Tensai is going to come here in a moment, but Jungle Wow gets almost 2 before making that one happen. He did! Landed the last couple of shots, and Tensai, they know that he's on that flank. Cosmic Divide is still activated, But still, the spike needs to be planted.
Yep, there's the res back. Both of the Sages getting those reses in. This time it puts the Peace boys into a 4-on-2. That wall really not being where Easy would have wanted it. And now Azo, rough position for the man. Not too much he can do. And Peace, solid start. 9-3. I think similar to what we saw from Bliss in that last map. They had a 9-3 start as well. So both of these teams on each other's map picks going blow for blow here.
Switching sides.
We did hear in the Peace Winners interview from their previous game that they almost have lost their voices from yelling for the last couple of days. And I dare say, with all the spraying we're seeing in all of these like after round situations, there might still be a lot of yelling going on, especially when you're up 6 rounds at the half on split. The question is, how strong is Bliss's defense going to be? We already see that wall at the ready from Fueshis just trying to lock down the A site. But will Wronski go over? That's the question.
Yeah, this time he's not going for the shorting approach, but right-click classic can be just as effective. Or you can also get the Sheriff going. It does seem like the classic's the choice for the man. There's the wall in. Peace, very silent. They're going to just start knifing it off the bat.
Sicko on the lurk, finds contact, and Azo, frenzy in hand, will pick up first blood for the half. Fuesh is spotted. He's going to be stuck inside, but has Major at Heaven to help him out. Unfortunately, the transfer there with the frenzy is no good. The tracking off the mark, and Wronski picks up another on the entry. Peace are going to be extremely happy with the site, the man advantage, the list of advantages they have go on, but the post plants are probably leave more to be desired.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to get back in. Obviously, that Sage wall across screens only gives them entry from a main as well as Heaven, and Azo's been clearly denied there, gets dinked off the bat.
And they know where Jungle Wow is as well. It's been pretty sharp, but has a whole lot of classics to get past there, and it's the jumping right-click nation to finish off the job. Another pistol in the hands of Peace, and that takes them to a 7-round lead. This round should be relatively easy, unless, of course, we see Bliss go for the 4 spy, and that could be a reality. Azo's already picked up that Marshall, but he's potentially told to not do it. Who knows? Judges? Oh, maybe? I don't know. Bit of a dance with the buy menu at the moment for Bliss.
Didn't know you could dance with the buy menu. Didn't know that was an option. But I've seen you dance in pretty much any situation, Max, so I can't say I'm surprised. Well, do you get the force buy out? Bliss going to try to give this one a crack. Very, very quick push straight out of A. And this time, Major is going to make up for a bit of a whiff last round. Easy in the back of the site. Has to hold on for the rotations to come in.
Just gets that 1-for-1 trade off. And is it going to be enough Easy playing around that turret? Spam's coming in through default here too. Trying to isolate the fight, but Nation hitting everything at the moment. Don't stand in this man's way. Fueshis has to try to find how to get into sight, but there's a nano swarm in the way. It's not going to be popped initially, but now he's going to be stuck in at the corner. Sicko finds him, and it's up to Azo. Man's got another judge, but he needs to close the distance. However, Sicko's going to be doing that one for him. Wrap around from Clutchy, able to get the trade. So 3 alive at the end, and 1 Phantom, 2 Spectres carried across from Peace into the bonus. However, is it a bonus when Bliss forced in the second?
Yeah, Bliss are broke. And they're going to force again. They're going to go all judges. Oh, maybe a couple of Spectres. I don't know. How many judges is too many?
I don't know. Well, they got 4. That's... I'm almost judging them for doing so, but, you know, they're pretty far in the deficit now, and they are just going all in here in the half.
Yeah, so... see how it works out for them.
Yeah, judge action with Wronski around the corner. Oh, Major is vulnerable, and he's damn done by that shot.
Oh, this is way too much judge for my liking, especially in an NA qualification game. Come on, get it together, boys. Either way, it's an awkward situation for Bliss. This game has not really gone the way they probably would have wanted, and it's continuing down that pretty steep slope at this point. He's in the corner. He's got no one to hold back, and he's going to get taken out by Nation.
It's not quite close enough to have the impact that he wanted with the shotgun. And Azo, usually a master with the weapon, but Ronsky shows him who's looking better this time. Picks up his weapon as well. This Jungle Wow last alive again. Ooh, and caught off guard. There you have it, Ronsky just jumping towards him. Hits him with the tailwind and finds himself a third. And puts them on map point 2. So, Peace are really wanting to take this game to Haven.
I dare say so. And I think that will be a pretty nice final battle round for both of these teams to go head-to-head. It's been a pretty good map in the last couple of days for Blizz. Peace don't mind it either. Let's say it's, you know, not too unfamiliar territory. Very surprised to see such dominant performances from either one of these teams on each other's map picks, but hey, sometimes that's how it goes.
A bit of a faster approach here at mid, trying to break that wall for Ronsky to have some more impact with that charge. And again, he's going to close the distance. Quest just could not stop the man's. And it's going to be Blade Storm for more impact, finding himself the double already. 10 sight. Trying to catch up the Jungle Wow here, but close range. That Spectre is dangerous. However, at this range, up against the Guardian, can he find another pick? Both the defenders extremely split. You got Jungle on one side. You got Major on the other. And it looks like the spike is going to go towards the A side of things. Push from Jungle, and maybe he'll have a flank at some point, but Major on the Vandal has to go big. Oh, Clutchy. Sick shot, sick flick, and that might just be all she wrote.
Yeah, it's all on Jungle Wow on the other side of the map. I'm sure not too unfamiliar of a situation for this man, but a 1v4 that even if he won, I'm not sure you would even be favouring Bliss. Might be better probably to just conserve the energy and start having to think about Haven.
Definitely maybe. And oh, around the corner, finds himself the wallbang. Not a second under Clutchy, who comes in with the 2K to make that map go in the bag for Peace. And we're all the way to Haven now.
Yep, all comes down to the third map of the series. Like I said, not too unfamiliar of a map for either one of these teams. You'd say momentum definitely with Peace after a pretty dominant performance on their opponent's map. They're feeling good. They're running around. They're judging people in the face. And I dare say that doesn't bode well for Blizz in terms of the overall momentum of this series. But we've seen them recover from getting spanked before earlier in the first map of this series. So I'm keen to get down to it. We got a spot to NA on the line into a third map of the series. High pressure gameplay. I'm keen to get into it.
I'm extremely excited for it as well. Mitch, can you just quickly blink for me? I just want to make sure you know the Android. Blink, do it. No, he's not going to. Maybe he'll blink during the break. Speaking of breaks, we've got one more to get to before the final map of the day. It's going to be Haven. Ladies and gents, see you just after this.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going all the way to a third here in the VALORANT Oceania Tour. Champs down in this lower bracket, we got Team Bliss and Peace putting their fists up and going all the way to the end. They're really bringing their A games because they know their life in the competition is online. And of course, speaking of online, on flights, who knows? Up in the air is where my brain is sometimes. I can't even think. But also, that's where they want to be going, up in the air, across the ocean, and over to bloody NA, because that's what they're playing for.
That is what they're playing for, and it all comes down to Haven here. A very practice map for both of these teams. Last 3 months, they both played it, I think, 14 times. You got a better win rate for Bliss, you have to say, but it has to be said that Peace have played a lot of quality teams on this, a lot of reps against Order, even against Peace, Mindfreak, Wildcard, lots of games. So this should be a quite comfortable practice map for both of these squads. Last time they played it against each other was a month ago, and it did go in the favor of Peace, 13-9.
Ooh, well, I know that they have a pretty solid game on this one. They managed to knock Wildcard out earlier by beating them on this. This was Wildcard's map pick, I believe, is the first map. 13-11, yeah, as you mentioned.
Oh, sorry, 13-11 was Bliss. They both beat Wildcard on this map in this tournament. So
okay. Yeah, I'm on the wrong page too, but it looked like the same thing. So, right, we're both just as confused. However, we do get to see Peace potentially with some more KO, which we didn't get to see just before. I thought I think Split is one of those maps where I find KO to be pretty effective. So it was pretty interesting that we didn't get to see Tensai on the KO again, but it looks like we might be leaning back in that direction as we do head into Haven.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, they are running, base comps that are somewhat similar. You're looking at, you got the Astra, you got Sage as well for the boys over there on Peace. I guess that's kind of where the similarities end, though. A very, very different approach from Bliss, where they're running this jetless comp. We'll see if they both stick to their guns and run the exact same comp that they've been comfortable running. Bliss, it's sizing up to look like the exact same comp they've been running all tournament long. Should see Major on the raise. As for Peace, let's have a look for them. Yep, looking identical to the last 2 times that they played this map. So these teams both sticking to what they know. Obviously, no crazy things coming out of left field. It is the most important game of some of these players' careers up to this point in Valorant. So don't want to be going for anything too nuts, I don't think.
Well, Haven is a great way to finish this one off. Map number 3, and there's 3 damn bomb sites on this one too. So who knows where they're going to be going. One extra factor to take into account every single time, making that defensive side usually a whole lot harder. However, we did see a Sage or 2 picked up going into that agent select, so you can drop that wall if you want early or use it for the retake. We've seen a couple of crazy strategies coming out from Bliss, if I remember, the Cosmic Divide with the wall behind, and it just allows for those Ninja defuse to come through so damn easily.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Keen to get into it. Oh boy, one of these teams playing for a spot in the grand final up against Order tomorrow and a whole bunch of cash money, but more importantly, a spot to advance and progress their careers. A lot of players here that haven't had that opportunity yet in their career, even going back to other titles, haven't had many chances to go overseas, but here might be the first for a good many of them. So I dare say there's a lot on the line here. Bliss going to start out on the attacking side. Looks like they're heading towards the A side of the map where only Sicko is present.
Well, in comes the push, in comes the fun. Over towards the A site seems to be the place we're heading. Now, Major leading the charge, and there goes the ice wall. So, popping out of the damn good time. Looks like it's going to be broken up already just by a couple of spams coming in through those smokes. But in come Peace as well. Ronski looking to take point, but he's going to be found. There's first blood just in through the crazy chaos that is the spam here over towards lower. Upper, however, Sicko gets knocked down at heaven. It's going to be Azo for 3 already. Clutchy trying to do this all on his own, but he has to go for the reload, and Fwesh just will knock him down a notch. Swinging in with the Ghost to help the trade, and it's 4 alive at the end for Bliss. So finally something going their way in one of these pistols.
Yeah, nicely done. That's going to get them off to the good start here on the attacking side of Haven. Did mention it. I think a lot of people consider it to be the favored side. It's great to have access to 3 bomb sites and more options. The defenders have to spread themselves a little bit more thinly and often go for some aggression somewhere as a necessity. Either way, though, heading into the anti-eco here for Bliss. Be quite happy with how that first round went. And most of the boys heading towards 10 side here.
Oh, okay. Gravity Wall coming in just at the right time, or the concussion rather, as Ronski's already on the flank, but he's about to be swung by a whole lot of attackers, and there it is, long range, easy, picks up that one. Clutchy close range, gets a couple of right clicks off, and a huge amount of damage, but they're not expecting the second man in the same position. That's Nation, swinging around here, just trying to stop some of that damage by hiding behind the box. Sicko as well, this mid push has been so damn strong. Look at the numbers thinned out already on Bliss, and there's still a chance for the round here for Peace.
Yeah, a small chance, but it's more about the little bit of damage they just got done. Taking 2 guns away is not too bad at all. Definitely is going to put Bliss in an awkward position. We might see that Sheriff getting dropped over to one of the lads. Just even up the money, keep it above 2k overall, and that's going to go straight on easy. Watching Azo here, he has got 1 off the res. So that could be a bit of a difference maker. You often will not see a res this early on in the game. I mean, especially these 8 ult or bolts. You need to be multi-fragging up a bit of a storm and maybe finding yourself some orbs or some plants. So we'll see if he's able to utilize it effectively in this round.
I think by playing Sage as well, you know, it also takes off the accelerator that Azo loves to hit. So it makes him play a little bit more disciplined. However, he still holds W like a champion, as is this round. Man's already on the front side of B, 20 seconds in, and the spike's planted. Peace now setting up for the retake in a 5-on-5.
He had that suicide plant go straight in there. A lot of utility invested in that. You see that Astra orb on top of the site just to be able to have a one-way. There's the retake wall. Sage wall going in there for Peace, who do have a pretty big weaponry advantage. A couple of flanks coming out here for Bliss.
No one tapping it just yet, though, so it hasn't forced out this rotation. And Major spotted, dealt with by Nation as well, but there's no one on the spike at the moment. It's a little bit interesting, and the half stick has not come through. Fwesh is still just waiting and hitting him with the guiding light. No one can see a damn thing, but Jumble having to find the timing, and time is not what he's going to find. It's Nation to stick it just with the seconds to spare. 3 alive at the end, and Peace with a successful retake.
Yeah, nicely done. Definitely throws caution to the wind when the other team just goes in for that suicide plant strategy on B. Or just the quick plays on towards B. A little bit harder to make work if you don't have the Omen or you don't have the Jet just to be able to TP or dash out of the site. But
yeah,
I think I liked Bliss's the way that Bliss approached that. They used a lot of utility. They really minimized the risk to allow Azo to be set up for success there. And man's still got his res. You've got the Seekers, which are going to just be popped straight off the bat. Very, very quick play towards A. Major just going on the entry, and he's actually got the spike, so I'm getting a little bit worried about this man. He's going to throw it behind himself.
Just noticing at the last moment, someone's like, hang on, hold your horses, you've got the bloody bomb, mate. Anyway, Ronski not going to be spotted there by the Trailblazer up short. And Ronski over the top finds one onto Azo. Major unable to get the trade just yet. and things get a little bit dicey for Bliss.
Yeah, the spike went down. You had that res come in, and unfortunately, after all said and done, Bliss still lose a man advantage. Great timing out of 10 side. Big rotation straight off the A side.
yeah.
Everyone in spawn heading towards C here, and you've already got a quick rotation on the flank here. I'd say Peace feeling pretty good about the position they found themselves in.
Oh, 2 coming back, but are they going to have the guns out? They certainly will. Fresh just heads up to expect the flank already, and that might have just made the numbers look a little better. However, Ronski's got something different on his mind. Already 3 for the round, but that res has come through earlier, so could pick up 6 kills in total if he wants, and he's going to try that. Goes for the right click in the cloudburst and manages to get it with the Vandal instead. Now he's on for the ace. There it is, and not the 6th though. Precious still in a position to maybe make this one happen. There's a smoke in the way, has to try to line it up, and he manages to find 1 to Clutchy, 3 in total, but Peace still 2 alive, so they'll get that defuse off.
Yeah, that's a great round from Peace. They've had 2 in a row of these weird, difficult retake rounds where they're having to try to throw everything at the wall as soon as that plant comes in, on towards B, on towards C there, but their retakes have been pretty good so far. And haven't slipped up too much, despite a couple of awkward rounds. Keeping themselves mostly composed, I would say. So heading into this round, I mean, if you're Peace, you've just gotten 2 gun rounds back-to-back on the defensive side, put your opponents on a half buy.
That's it.
That's a recipe for success on Haven. Like, you're getting yourself off to a great start on defense.
Oh, Ronski, the danger man, going in with that now. Okay, star going to be popped, and Ronski goes through. Obviously, with the judge, that range, he's favored, and he will come out looking a little bit more healthy. Now, Freshest committing to orb number 1, and he's thinking about trying to get these Seekers activated.
Yeah, I mean, Seekers are always a nice little addition to any attacking side strategy, whether it's on a gun round or you're going to go for the half buy. I dare say Man's probably just going to save them over for that next round when they get on the guns. Really, I think the main name of the game for Bliss, as always, is you look at the money on Peace, it's still not too built up. It's still not too solid. If Bliss can get a couple of guns away from the opponents, then they're going to be feeling pretty good. That's a great rotation that's been pulled by those A pushers over towards Easy and Azo. They've done a great job just getting all of Peace over towards A, except for Tensai, who can hear these footsteps going back onto C, but it's too late. Spike's already going down.
Yeah, I thought he might have had the timing and faced instead, but here's the second man coming through, and again, he's going to do the exact same thing he did before. Easy, though. He's going to be wrapping around, pulls the Sheriff out in time, but he's not going to be able to connect. The 2-man flank comes through this time, and Jungle Wow in a dangerous position, close range there with the judge. Ronski just going to be spamming away. It's all up to Quest again, playing clutch, finds 1, but they say that's not going to be enough. 5 HP is not enough to sell the dream, and Ronski comes away with the 4K and a 3rd round for Peace.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a quieter tournament than the last stage of VOT, but this is a 10-4 scoreline for Ronski, which is not something that sounds too weird in the last couple of tournaments. This tournament definitely hasn't been as impactful as that, but I'll tell you what. 3rd map of Haven with qualification to NA on the line would be a great time for the man to wake up.
I won't argue with that one, Mitch. I don't like arguing. I hate confrontation usually.
Oh yeah? I bet you won't even argue with me right now, mate.
Stop it, please. Why can't we all just get along? That's what Ronski's saying. He's looking for a hug down in short, but no one's going to let him have it. They said, no, man, try to run away from him. So he knocks him down to make sure he can get the arms around him eventually. However, Major just going to be slowed here at lobby, and it's an awkward situation for Bliss, but they do run away. So no hug from Ronski this time.
No, he's given a kiss to Fleshes, though, and maybe not what Bliss would have been looking for. They've lost that initial pick. They've lost the Seekers as well as the player that's been putting in the most work for them. So again, they're going to try to out-rotate their opponents and get into this post-plant, but this is just, it's not been working for them. They haven't been winning these XVXs a lot of the time. Let's see if they can give this one a crack. They've got the lockdown, but you've got the KO ulti.
I really like what Azo's done with this wall. Half of it's going to be broken, but he's still able to hide here in the corner. Even though there was the open position, Peace are trying to get rid of the majority of it, and there it is. A little bit of impact, but it's onto Tensai, who's res-able. Ronski, though, trying to make some space. In comes that res, and it's a 2-on-5 for the post plant. There's that Killjoy. It's bought so much extra time, but now Major has to fight on his own, and Ronski's way too sharp with this operator. Bladestorm not going to work out this time, but it's Nation with the Vandal to do it. Spike already half-ticked, so it's an easy defuse, and Peace just happily making these retakes work time and time again.
Yeah, best of luck breaking 4 wall segments to be able to deny the defuse. That's probably not on. Man, Peace. This has been great composure from these lads. Bronski's starting to get rolling. They have been... That's 4 retakes in a row. Like, they're just having no issues. And, I mean, that's the name of the game on Haven, isn't it? 3 bomb sites. You're always rotating all over the place. You need to be able to pick yourself back up when the attackers take site control of one of these 3 sites and still make it work. And so far, Peace really just haven't missed a beat doing that, and their economy's really thanking themselves for it.
Something I want to point out as well. Last time we were watching... It's a thought for another time, as Ronski's already taking a bit of damage, and it's a fast approach from Bliss straight into the side, but Major can't get across the top. However, the Showstopper connects, and now has that Boombot as well to just zone away towards Akon. All right. Sicko shock dart and falls back for the moment. Fweshist with another, and Bliss, they do have the numbers advantage now. Fweshist, he's just taken a fight all on his own, though, so maybe not the advantageous one to take. Spike planted eventually, and it's on this B side.
It's got to be jungle. He's in the most important position. If he finds this pick onto Nation, picks up a rifle, then that's really going to cut down the amount of angles that Bliss have to deal with. It's all on Tensai. He's trying to come up middle here, but there's just too many players. There's one behind him. This is going to be a half by one by Bliss.
Absolutely beautifully done on the Thrifty. You feel for Fweshist, but he even took one down off the back of the flash before falling. So, big round. Huge, rather, coming out from Bliss on the attack. Anyway, what I was trying to say at the start of the previous round before everything hit the accelerator was most of the time when we would watch Peace playing on this map, Tensai was playing on the Phoenix, if you remember, and he had some really good retake utility. You know, he'd be able to play offside on C, drop the hot hands over the top to deny those plants at default, and I really liked that. So I think this is one of the first times we've got to see him with that KO instead. Big pick again from Ronski. Man's just holding W and it's working.
Yeah, Major's trying to do it as well, but it didn't work for him. Fortunately, some of us are more gifted than others. Headed to the 4-on-3 here. I mean, a 5-on-3. Great wall across garage. Secures the res. I mean, Tensai's just wondering if he's ever going to get any kills at this rate. He's in the perfect position. He's like, all right, Ronski can't get on this angle. Surely I'm in the perfect position. No way. No, Ronski, go away. Oh, it's going to be clutchy to get it. I mean, I guess I'm not too upset if I'm Tensai. I'm like both feet up on the table, just saying, Ronski put me in the backpack and carry me to NA.
It's just like over and over. Tensai going, all right, cool, I'll swing on your contact. All right, cool, I'll swing on your contact. This is fine. But then, you know, Ronski has the operator, so he kills him every single damn time until Clutchy snatches one away at the end.
He's 15-6. Like, this is what we saw from the man in the last competition. He's actually handed Tensai the operator there. So he's saying to Tensai, here, man, here you go.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're having some trouble. Let me just give you the point-and-click gun, and I know you're going to put it to good use. Bring that aggression over towards a main here. You get the Hunter's Fury, which is creating space for the aggression on Clutchy and Ronski. You had the slow orb as well. Both of these players so aggressive. Jungle are going to be holding down the flank, but there's the operator on the other side of the map that they just were not ready for. Hello.
Sees the elbow, knows that he's in the astral form, and there you have it. Ronski with another opening again. 2 already, 1 for Nation, and it's all up to Easy to make this happen. Sicko coming in from the side, and there's nothing that Easy could do.
Yeah, Bliss are capitulating at this point.
Yeah.
Their attacking side is looking super disjointed. They're having a tough time getting things together when they're pressured. And I think it is a good time for attack timeout, actually. It kind of feels like they are a little bit too chaotic in terms of the communications. Peace are being very assertive. Ronski's having a great game. It's a difficult situation to deal with, and it's one of those situations where things are going to go wrong. This is a high-pressure environment, and if you cannot get the comms under control, if you cannot get all the boys on the same page, you're not going to be able to put rounds on the board, and I'm getting very worried for Bliss at this point. In 3-6 on the attacking side of Haven. Ooh.
Yeah, so far, just quickly having a gaze at the stats for both teams, both of which are usually stronger on that attacking side, getting the majority of their rounds on it. Peace in particular don't have such a strong defensive side, but if they're already at the 6 mark, and like last time these two teams went head-to-head a whole month ago, when it was 6-6 at the half on the defensive side, then we did see Peace manage to run away with the game in that second half. So we'll see if history repeats itself or if something changes. But for now, I'm really loving this aggression. I believe you were telling me, Mitch, that you heard that Peace love to just hold W in their practice, and it's good to see that that is still, happening in their officials. They're actually practicing what they're preaching.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's a fair point. If you're going to play one way in practice and you still bring that same sort of style into officials, then I can't complain too much about it. Ronsky and Tensai seem to be the dynamic duo of hand-in-hand aggression, sending it down. Jungle's in the vicinity. They flash Major into Gary.
And this is just so much damn information. And Jungle's going to be stuck on the wrong side of the operator as well, but has the timing as Ronsky looks the wrong direction, not expecting the off angle. And Jungle will get back to safety for now. Oh, yeah, dropping that Cosmic Divide, but no idea that Tensai's in the corner. So that fake is already called, and now the A site will start to be stacked by Peace.
I mean, if they can get back into it. At this point, they're walled off. Oh, okay. They sending it back in, Mac.
Huge. Good timing on this one. Sicko going to be coming over the top, but no one connecting. They've not managed to stop the spike from going down as well. Naden just barely misses initially, but it picks it up on the post as Major falls before the paint shells go off. Now, it's a 3-on-3 and certainly a winnable round for Bliss. Cosmic Divide comes through for the defenders now, just trying to make a bit of noise and not wanting Bliss to know where they're coming from.
Oh boy. Flash comes in. They're going to try to bust through that Cosmic. Azo's got himself a double. You got Fleshes playing off the back of the bird, and you got this last player, Sicko. He's so low. You basically sneeze on the man and he would go down. Probably not advisable in the current, pandemic climate, but it's more than good enough for Fleshes to close it out. There you go, Bliss. They can't win with guns, but give them a half buy, and it's easy as.
Just managing to play those offlines, get into some crazy positions. I thought that wall over the wall coming in from lowest was going to just absolutely mop up the whole round there before Peace. But that didn't happen. They just missed a couple of shots. And if they went, maybe, that half second earlier, they stopped that spike from going down and make the round so much harder for Bliss to win. But, again, hypotheticals. So it's not how it played out.
No. It's good to see Bliss starting to recover a little bit, but like I said, they need to win some gun rounds, Mac. Because Peace, they've not enough money to be able to buy in both of these. Ronsky, you'll take that if you're Fleshes. You'll take that. He's alive. That's the main thing.
You absolutely love to see it if you're a Bliss fan. And Major trying to create some space here and will find the complete C site. So, 5v5 for the retake again. We've been in this situation before, and there's a whole lot of util to use. That lockdown still in play, and it's going to be dropped in the middle of sight. So, buys themselves an extra 12 seconds. And Peace able to establish their positions for the retake.
Absolutely. They're going to push with it, actually. We've seen this for Bliss before. The flash push off the back of the lockdown, and it worked for them in their last game, but this time it has absolutely backfired. Ronsky just runs in. He starts absolutely hammering his right-click button, the right mouse button. You love to see it. And that's going to be Peace. Up 7-4. These retakes have been just a little bit too good. And again, Bliss, they just can't win a gun round. They just can't win with guns, Matt.
No, they certainly can't. And it's because Ronsky keeps on killing them all every single damn time. Quick pause coming through. Quick old tech pause. Looks like Ronsky's lagging, even though he just did that. So, absolutely crazy situation. But the man is on fire right now. And if he keeps this form up for the rest of the map, then Bliss are in trouble. 7-5, still an achievable scoreline here for Bliss, as they are going to have, a couple of guns, not super healthy in terms of the economy going into the final round. But these Sheriffs as well, this is they've won 2 of the 4 rounds before. They've won 2 of the 4 rounds just with those pistols, so rifles not having a huge impact. And I'm pretty keen to see what kind of ults are going to be in play. So you've got Tensai has his ult up, Azo's got his as well. So Res in play, maybe a showstopper if Major's able to get his hands on one of those ult orbs.
Yeah, I'll just shoot someone in the head. That works too. It's always a good way to do it. He's got that Vandal. Where's Ronsky off to? A short A push. He's not going to find any targets. Oh, it's a double operator. I missed that one. That means I'm not doing my job right. But Beast, they're happy with that start to the round. Rez as well as Wall has been invested, so that's why Clutchy cannot shoot through there. Azo's kept his boys safe.
No one falling yet. But again, Major, you can see he likes the idea of picking up that ult orb. But he might just use his gun instead to get that ultimate online. Maybe not. There it is. Runs back for that position. Baits out the slow orb as well. And now he's suppressed. And also, Peace have the info. They were towards C long, but Ronsky is here, ready and waiting. The guiding light, not going to force him off the line the first time, but a second one popping him straight back. Oh, in comes the showstopper, and there's absolutely no impact from it because Ronsky's gone for the repick. Man's now pushing his way into short. Azo, knife out, and that is not how you get a kill, my friend. Ronsky from on top, he finds himself the quad and the ace to close us out at the half. Ronsky is on a damn tear. And I'm extremely worried for Bliss right now.
So, picture this. Most important game of your career up until this point. It's a spot to NA on the line. And you dropped 25 kills in the first half with 2 aces.
Well, do you want to know something funny, Mitch?
I don't know
I
if
just saw someone type in chat, Ronsky Iron Aim, so... I don't know what world he's living in.
Fuck, Iron's pretty good these days, Jesus. I need to be going down in ranks. What am I doing? All right. Last half here. Peace, great half. 8-4 on defensive side of Haven. Now they're staring down the barrel of the attack side. They are feeling great about their chances to go to NA here, but Bliss, they've been clutch this competition. They've had a couple of tight games. Let's see if they've got anything left in the tank here. Of course.
Hazo. Oh, again, it didn't work in the other pistol, but he's running it back again, and he knows that there might be the wall over the top, so him and Jungle make this one work nicely. Big damage already onto Tensai, who's going to continue to try and fight, but it is going to be the spike down on site, and Nation in a 1-on-4 to try and clutch.
Yep. First point of contact is the turret, and that's it. Turret's dealt with. Gorgeous. Now he's got free passage to walk into the B site, and he's only got four more players to take down in some kind of crazy triangle setup. It couldn't be easier for the man.
They're spotting it anyway, just in case this is a reality. But at the moment, with all of that Killjoy util, they don't expect him in this position. And there it is. First contact comes through. Boombot going to be tapped for now. And 30 seconds. So Nation has some time to go and reload. One tap, but not the second, as Easy hits him with the Double. What do you know? 5 on the board, and Bliss may just be able to get their way into the game.
He was hitting a couple. He was hitting a couple of heads there.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, and of course, Azo is like, there's something going on. Like, Azo, his brain has some way of like navigating through the matrix that doesn't appeal to me, like doesn't make sense. I can't tap into that. Like, he's walled and he's ready. He's got the the shorty ready for the counter wall on pistol. Like, there's something special about that play style. There's something going on there. I don't know if it's good or not, but yeah, it exists.
Homework, counter plays, you name it, he's got it. Now, a bit of a spam down long and clutch. He's very low indeed. Ronsky can't see a damn thing. It looks like the timing of the flash was not quite as optimal as expected. Jungle Wow going to be playing in the smoke, able to find himself a second, but Clutchy, or Sicko rather, comes in with the classic to knock him on the noggin. Big trades come through everywhere, and there's one casualty for Bliss up against the Pistols.
Yeah, very nice. They got a couple of pistolas, I believe. Maybe drop a ghost over to old mate, or just pick up the operator and drop old mate, whatever you were using before, Azo. He's going big. No reason not to at this point. That Sage operator, he's not on the jet. No jet for Bliss. Just that single duelist on the Raze. Their retakes on this map have looked pretty superb across this tournament. I have to say, you know, I was talking about Peace, great retakes on their defensive side, but Bliss have definitely got a couple tricks up their sleeve as well.
Oh, Azo putting on his best Ronsky impression and on the Sage too. So Dangerous position to be in, but Major's going to be going in under that one. Not working out though. Nation heads up play to keep the gun out just in case, and it's the short push that doesn't work out again for Peace. So now, stacked A site on the defender's side of things, and Peace will slow down for now.
Still looking for entry into this site. 3 players in the backside of A. Clutchy walls himself off. Okay.
I think that was mostly to zone the angles, make sure that on top of the boxes is clear, no one's there at heaven. Just try to isolate the fight. But maybe there's something else in this one. Maybe it's just so no one can flank them as they regroup over towards long. Just maybe.
Yeah, but like, you can wall this place called CT. That's pretty good, I heard. There's going to be the bird into long. That's going to confirm there's still players over here. And I mean, the rotations are still looking great for Bliss.
Now in comes Western Jungle trying to hold. Azo looks the wrong direction at the wrong moment, and all of a sudden Peace are straight back into the round. It's a 2-on-1. And they've got full control of the site. Easy. He's been in the rough position before, and there is a very good setup here from both Sicko and Clutchy. Sicko able just to swing on the contact, but Easy. Which line does he clear first off? Oh, in the corner, Clutchy. Not going to miss the head this time. And Peace on their first gun round. We managed to get the dub on the board.
Oh boy, that's just a round that Bliss should never be dropping in the position that they were in. All the players coming in from the same angle. They were kind of like in two minds about how they should rotate. They even had the operator that could have just locked down one of the lines that's caught in transition out in the open. Yeah, something's cracking for Bliss here. I don't think that's a round that you would have seen them lose in some of the other games. But either way, good news for them is they were only on the bonus. Problem for them is now they go down to a Guardian for jungle because he wants more stars. They got the Sheriff on Azo, and Ronsky's got the operator, and we saw him how he was going with that operator.
Well,
in that last half.
Operating on that attacking side is a whole different ball game, but we also know it's Ronsky, so he's just going to jump at you with it anyway. Probably farm up the ult and then just hit you with the knives. So we'll see how it goes. As for now, Easy is just going to be playing a passive position around his util over on that C site. And we do see this aggression down A long.
Brunsky's waiting for that jump spot, waiting for the circle jump, and he's been given it as well. Easy goes for that circle jump, looking for info off the back of that drone towards A, and Ronsky instantly punishes for it. Look at all that utility in towards the front side of the site that is just never going to get to see the light of day.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Jungle's going to be able to hold. Just waiting for that recon bolt to come through, but it pulses on him, and Nation takes his head right off. There's the C site. Now, Bliss, 3 men on the flank, and Nation's on the line. Not cleared initially. Major just swings away, and Nation could be on for more than one. Sicko coming in to help out his teammate, but Azo feeling it now with the Phantom pre-firing around the corner, and he's still untouched, so maybe a chance here. 2-on-2, Ronsky just trying to deal with the push in through Garage. Man can't see a thing, and he still connects on that. That is complete ridiculousness. Now, Azo has to try to pick up the pieces, but Ronsky's in his way, as is Tensai. Just playing up on the plat, waiting for the moment. Ronsky happily takes the face scene, goes for the peak, and picks up yet another triple. Double digits for Peace now. And again, the momentum shifts in their favor.
It's on for the 30, Mac. The dirty 30.
I wouldn't say that's hard when you're at 25 kills at half time, you know?
Oh yeah, just get 25 kills in one half. Yeah, it's not that hard. I'm Mac. This is what I
said
sound
it's not hard to hit 30 in the second half when you're at 25 kills at halftime.
Yeah, it's not hard. That's exactly what I said. I'm Mac. I don't know what's going on with Bliss's money, Mac, do you?
I think they're pretty much grabbing at straws at this point, you know.
Dear Lord.
He's just letting Ronsky crack everything open because he's not missing much this game.
He's running in with the ult, Mac.
In what world do we see this happen? In Peace's world. And they found the C site for free, and now you got Bliss trying to set up for a retake.
Spike planted.
Yeah, so he's playing this character called Jet, which means that you can do stuff like that and it's fine. That's essentially the problem here. Either way.
Of course.
Do you have the retake coming in from a lot of different angles for Bliss? If they win a couple of these duels, that's going to make this post plant very awkward.
Oh, and in they come. Azo with one, and to the top he goes, but he runs back to safety for now. Nation going to be flashed up. They know exactly where Precious is coming from. a nation does it all himself at long. So 2 for him, a couple shared around for the rest, but only 1 casualty means that Peace's economy is through the bloody roof. To the moon to them, and maybe even to NA too.
Yeah. Yeah, they got 2 pies in them. It's not quite to the moon yet, but it's pretty good. You'll take that. You've got the round buffer as well of 5 rounds. That could be your loss bonus. Building back up again because it's at 0 now. A lot of ults, 4 ults ready to go for Peace. Recipe for success. As for Bliss, I mean, Azo once again having to go down to a lackluster weaponry, down towards that Spectre. Seaside's open for business, and Peace once again for the second, 3rd round, even maybe just going to waltz straight in.
Well, off the back of the knife, no one's close. Ronsky floating across the top and has the Blade Storm to play with. He wants this 1 kill just to drop the 30 bomb, but I dare say he's more worried about getting 13 on the board. Booking that ticket to NA. Tensai gets that plant down easy. We'll have the lockdown to play with, and he's just going to drop it there at the ice wall. So just clearing out as much of the site as possible. There's only going to be Ronsky left back on the back of site who can play with it. But there you have it. Hunter's Fury invested to make sure that the lockdown does not pop. Okay, in comes the res, but Ronsky's missed every single knife there, on the head at least, as Clutchy swinging in, trying to hold. It's him and Sitko Tensai. Look at that, the recipe working out for them at the moment. But Jungle Wow's alive, and Clutchy wants to find the timing to swing back around Tensai, just gaining as much info as possible. Oh, but a tight little line found, and there you have it. Clutchy with the triple is more than enough. Res at the end as well, just for economical reasons. And Peace are on match point.
What a bloody performance. 30's in for Ronsky there. And Peace 1 round away from going to NA. It's been a crazy quick trajectory for this team, only forming recently. They had a sick performance in the last stage of VOT, going in towards the grand final of against Order. And now these lads are looking to book themselves a, once again, minimum 2nd place finish and a spot to go overseas. If Bliss, unless Bliss can come up with something crazy again, it looks like the force straight in towards C site. Ronsky's already in there. Azo trying to be cheeky in the smoke, but Ronsky goes back, does his due diligence. It's not even a full commitment in towards C. This is just going to cause absolute panic in the rotations for Bliss. They're halfway to the C site before they start to turn back around and go back to A.
I think they must have just seen the silencer in the edge of the cloudburst to be that heads up with that play. Either way, Peace now just rerouting back towards the A site, and this is where the numbers stayed for Bliss now. So let's see if some damage can come through. Paint Shells and Fresh is both going to connect. Tensai is hitting everything and finds himself the double. Now, Jungle Wow. He wanted to go on that flank, but he hears these footsteps coming back. Seekers as well went so damn deep through the walls. And Jungle needs to go huge here, but there's too many men facing. Oh my lord. 3 players swinging him. And Fueshist, he's done almost a 1v5 earlier, and he's got 1 less to deal with now, but he's got his knife out. And Sitko's round the corner. Peace have booked their tickets to the grand final, and they are going to represent Oceania at NA with Order.
It was just excellent to watch. Yeah, just exactly what makes Peace a good team right at the end there. Aggression on the defensive side, a solid performance on Haven, on the attacking side, just all going in together. And of course, the cherry on the top, even after, somewhat of a quieter tournament by his standards, of course, it's a 30 bomb from Ronsky to send Peace to NA.
Oh, yeah. 31-12 with a 103 econ rating. Man, at almost a 500 average combat score. He did so much for Peace that game. And look, you got to feel for the Bliss guys, because what can you do against that? What can you do against the big man Ronsky in a day when he is just not missing? His mechanical skills, his ability to press mouse 1 at the right time and position himself to hit those mouse 1 shots is ridiculous. And I'm excited to see what Ronsky can actually do for Oceania overseas.
Yeah, I think he's definitely a player that has been turning a lot of heads domestically. And obviously, that's a big win, as he used to be on that Bliss roster. He was kind of the crown jewel of that Bliss roster, and then he went across over towards Peace. So it's kind of crazy to see that come full circle and actually be the matchup to determine who goes through to NA. But turns out it was clearly the right decision. This Peace roster has definitely got a lot of promise, and I'm keen to see what Ronsky, but also the rest of Peace can do over in NA, because there's a lot of quality talent on their roster.
Well, one of the pieces of the puzzle is here to have a chat with us. That man is Clutchy. Mate, how are you feeling after that? And are you excited to go to NA?
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm actually so happy. Like, that first map was so unlucky from us, and I'm so glad we kept our heads in it and just made a comeback. I knew we could do it. But Bliss actually put up such a good fight. Like, I actually love versing them, and I rate them so highly. Such a good team. Like, the way they play the game, I'm just so happy right now. We did it. Let's go.
That's absolutely insane. Look, huge congratulations, all things considered. Now, what did you feed Ronsky today, by the way? Because he wasn't missing much in that game.
We just gave him a zinger burger, and, you know, you give Ronksy a zinger burger, and he wins us the game, so...
There you have it. All right, well, that's the secret sauce then. Mitch, you got any questions?
Yeah, I'll throw 2 questions at you. I mean, what's the journey been like from Peace only being a roster that was put together a little while ago? And I know from one of your other interviews that the practice hasn't necessarily been ideal for you guys at times and not having the ideal circumstances. But what's that journey being like from the roster's inception and obviously juggling around a couple of different players to now having this 5-man core and qualifying to NA?
Honestly, we weren't really expecting it, to be honest, but I mean, we kind of were. Like, Bliss was our biggest opponent coming into this for sure. Like, we weren't really worried or fussed about versing anybody else. Obviously, Order's like a really good team. They're going to beat us right now, especially. But my team is just so like individually good. Like, we've got the individual players and the individual strength there, so we just need to work on ourselves as a team and we'll become a lot better as a team. But we just trust in each other a lot. Like, I think that's the key to our victory against any team. Like, our teamwork together and trust in each other is actually, like, I'd say a lot higher than most teams, and that's what gives us an edge against them. But yeah, definitely proud of my team and good team. I love them all. I don't really know what to say. I'm just so happy.
Yeah. I mean, last question for you. What's the next month look like for you guys in terms of getting over to NA, and what are your expectations? Because, you know, you said you guys didn't even necessarily expect to qualify. Like I said before, you know, you guys have most recently become a new team, but just excellent individual performances across the board. What do you guys hope to do over in NA? Because, you know, for a team like Order, it's pretty obvious that they, you know, have high expectations for themselves. But what would be like your, like, what's the word? Like, what would be the pass score for you guys overseas? Like, do you want to just get one upset, or what do you think?
I don't think we've really thought that far ahead, to be honest, but we definitely want to try and like at least do something in NA. But I'd say it's honestly Order versus NA right now, and we're just gonna do our best, you know. We'll try our best to do something there. I think our playstyle will work pretty differently against those teams, especially. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Just go with the flow, I guess. We'll practice hard this upcoming month and see what we can do in NA.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, look, at least you get to be around the boys as well in NA. You get to go to LAN for the first time for your Valorant careers, so that's going to be extremely exciting on top of everything. And I know Nation was going through a pretty hard time. We saw that on Twitter a couple of months ago, so make sure you give him a big hug for me, all right? Because I don't think I'm going to see him anytime soon. But also,
I will
any
do.
words for your fans, Clutchy, before we wrap up the interview?
Thanks for everyone supporting us. Like, we really appreciate it. But like, Bliss did really well too. Like, thanks to all their fans for like tuning in too. It was a really good game, very fun game to verse them, especially in the finals for NA qual. Like, it was our hardest opponent coming into this, so versing them was like our definitely our goal to NA, to beat them, to make sure we can actually do it. But yeah, a peace win. I love my org. I love my team. They're all amazing people and all work really hard to get this. So yeah, that's it. Thanks for the cast, guys. Thanks for everyone watching. Appreciate you all.
No worries, and thank you very much, and good luck in your game tomorrow, Clutch here. But that is it for now. I guess for today's show, we do have the bracket with the updates on it. Just have a look at how this has all played out. There's still one game remaining, of course. That is the grand final tomorrow between Order and Peace. But look, after today, you see the updated results. Order 2-0 for Bliss. Peace 2-0 over Wildcard, knocking them out there in the lower bracket. And then the game we just witnessed as well, Peace 2-1 over Bliss, going all the way to a third and going pretty much off their heads on Haven. Ronsky in particular. Now, if he plays like that tomorrow, ought to have something coming for him.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think as we've seen for that matchup, at least in the last stage of VOT, I think it's going to take a little bit of extra in the tank for Peace. They've definitely had some close maps against Order and showed they're good enough to take them close on a couple of the maps. But when it comes into the wider map pool and across a larger sample size, that's where Peace tend to fall down. At the end of the day, though, I mean, as a lot of people have been saying, it's enough, I'm sure, for Peace to have just qualified to go over to NA. And I would totally agree with Clutchy's sentiment there. There's a lot of talent on this roster and a lot of potential on this roster. So if they can get that team aspect down, I hope they can get some upsets and do damage. But even if they don't, I think it's just going to be a great opportunity for all of that talent to get some more experience and develop at an overseas tournament. And then I'm sure those are the kind of players that you're going to keep your eye on going forward for our scene.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it just is the biggest learning opportunity of a lot of these players' careers in their careers so far. Of course, the Valorant careers haven't been super long because the game's only been around for a year. So it'll be good to see the relationships formed and, people they get to be around as well overseas and just exactly what kind of statement that they can make alongside Order, of course. But that is it for the broadcast. Mitch, anything you want to say to your fans, of course, before we wrap up the broadcast?
Yeah, my fans, of which there are probably only one watching, which would probably be my missus in the other room. Not a whole lot to say, but to the rest of the boys on the stream, definitely tune in tomorrow for that grand final. I know it's going to be a bit of a banger, and I'm really looking forward to watching that as well as the rest of Berlin and then some of those NA last chance qualifiers. A lot of great Valorant coming up, so a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, big game tomorrow, but that is it for today. It's only 8 p.m. and we're already wrapped up shop for this beautiful Saturday evening. Thank you all for watching the Valorant Oceania Tour champs, and we have one more day. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow for the grand final. Look after yourselves, and we'll see you then.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here and potentially trying to come up with a scheme play.
No! Oh my God! The Viper's pin does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of his poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word!